Well, good morning, everybody. It's just after 10 o'clock on Monday, 25th March 2024. Welcome to this public inquiry into the application by Gavary Wind Farm Limited for the proposed Gavary Wind Farm on land 4.5 kilometres south of Lairg and 5.5 kilometres north of Bonner Bridge. My name's Nick Smith. I am a reporter working for the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, DPEA. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to prepare a report and recommendations for them about whether the proposed Gavary wind farm, DPA reference WIN-270-20, should or should not be granted consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and deemed planning permission under Section 57 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997. The proposal includes 25 wind turbines, although the applicant has proposed to remove one of those, access tracks, up to 5 borrow pits, substation, battery storage compound, control building, 2 meteorological masts, and ancillary infrastructure. Throughout the inquiry, I'll just refer to it as the proposal or the proposed development. So that's what I'm talking about when I do that. As a result of objections by the Highland Council, Scottish ministers decided that a public inquiry would be held into these proposals, and various public bodies, community councils, businesses, amenity organisations and members of the public have made written representations. Those are all before me, and I will be considering those as part of my recommendations to Scottish ministers. Before we get underway with today's proceedings, there's a number of procedural and housekeeping matters that I need to run through, so I'm going to do that first. Hopefully take me no longer than 10 minutes. Do please listen to what I've got to say, as it will assist parties in the smooth and efficient running of the process. Firstly, all inquiry and hearing sessions pertaining to this case are being broadcast live on the internet for the public to follow. They'll also be recorded and stored as part of the DPA's webcast archive and will be capable of repeated viewing. By participating in these virtual sessions, participants are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them contained in those for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. And if you want to find out more about that, further details are on the DPA privacy notice on the DPA part of the gov.scot website. Joining me today is David Spears, who will be looking after the IT side of things for us today and over the next few days. For data protection and privacy reasons, I request that participants don't take any photographs or recordings of their own during the session unless those being photographed or recorded have consented to that. Now, although we've done a test of the mics, it would probably be handy so that everybody, a lot of people know a lot of people, but I don't know that everybody knows everybody. So if we can, first of all, just introduce the parties. So could I have someone for the applicant, please, to introduce your side?
Thanks, good morning. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor at King's Counsel, instructed by Nicola Martin, a partner in Wright Johnson Mackenzie, who sits at the end. Others with me, you can see from their nameplates, and my witness in the inquiry session to come is James Welch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I have a representative from the Highland Council, please?
Yes, sir. My name is James Finlay, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Rhoda Banfro from the Council. I have two witnesses, Mark Fitzpatrick and Anne Cowling, who I will recall in reverse order.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's a few things then that I need to run through, as I mentioned. So for those observing but not participating, as a reminder to participants, there was a pre-examination meeting that was held in October 2023 to guide the procedures for this inquiry and its consideration of the proposed development. That meeting can be found on the DPA webcast library under the reference WIN-270-20, and the minutes are on the DPA website using the same reference. The process for today and coming days, so for everyone's benefit, I'll just run through what's going to happen. In terms of process, this public inquiry will take the form of formal inquiry sessions today and tomorrow into landscape and visual matters. The main purpose of that session is to make sure that I understand the positions of each participant on landscape and visual, including cumulative effects, and where there is dispute. I need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. and this is so that the relevant matters can be clearly set out in my report for Scottish ministers. For those watching today's proceedings and not familiar with the inquiry, the process, normal sequence will be that the participants will give evidence. The applicant and the counsel are represented by legal professionals, as you've just heard. They've just introduced themselves. The applicant will go first with its witness and give their evidence. That witness will then be cross-examined by the counsel. And after that, if I've got any questions, then I'll ask those. And then afterwards, the witness will be re-examined by their own side, and then the process will be repeated for each of the counsel's witnesses. On Wednesday, we will hold 2 hearing sessions. One will be on policy and one will be on draft conditions. The agendas for those sessions have been circulated already, and it had originally been intended to hold them on separate days, but the participants each agreed that it looks possible to do them both on the Wednesday, so that's what we hope to do. Hearings are less formal than the inquiry sessions that I've just described, so they will take the form of a roundtable discussion chaired by me. There won't be any cross-examination, and the parties will be able to outline their positions and respond to the queries that I have. In addition to the evidence considered during the inquiry and the hearing session, my report and recommendations to Scottish ministers will consider a range of matters raised in consultation responses and written representations submitted to Scottish Government's Energy Consents Unit during the application consultation phase, and the details of all of those can be found on the DPA website. What that means is that there will be numerous matters that we're not going to be discussing over the next few days, but those will still form part of my consideration. The witnesses' precognitions, inquiry reports and other documents have already been made available, I believe, on memory stick to participants by the applicant. Thank you for that. And they're also available on the DPA website. And can I thank the counsel and the applicant for their cooperation in putting together deposit copies. And I understand there were some laptops that were made available, I think, and those are in the room at the back. So if the public want to follow stuff using the electronic material up there, then they should be able to do so. Timings for the week then. Today we commenced at just after 10, and for the moment we'll try and do 10 o'clock each day, unless we jointly agree something different. I'm aware that there is a forecast for snow tomorrow. At some point we'll keep an eye on the weather during today, and I think I'll probably take soundings towards the end about parties' views on that. We'll keep things under consideration. On each day, I intend to break for lunch somewhere around 1 o'clock for around about an hour, and then we'll return at about 2. I intend taking a mid-morning break sometime between 11 and 11:30, perhaps for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then perhaps at about 3 in the afternoon for slightly lesser time. And each day, I think we'll be looking to finish sometime between 4 and half 4, depending on where things are. I think my preference would be, if it's possible, to allow a witness to complete giving their evidence to save them having to shut themselves in a room for an evening, then that would be preferable. And I'll be taking soundings on as we get nearer to those times. Site inspections, I will be returning to this part of the world in April to conduct my site inspections. I was able to look at some things yesterday, although I discovered the road to the Strew viewpoint is closed at the present time, so I wasn't able to get up there yesterday. But I hope very much to do so when I come and do my site visit later. I'm not expecting a fire alarm to go off today, so if it does go off, it's real. There are several exits. There's one just behind the public viewing platform there. There's one out here, and I think you can get out also just that side, so please make your way calmly to the car park just outside. There's a fire register, which I understand everybody's signed, but if you've not had a chance to do so, then please do that. Toilets and kitchen facilities are located just behind me through in the hallway. There's also lots of equipment around the room, so do please, if you're moving about, just take care for cabling. There's lots of tape around, hopefully to indicate where cables are, but just please do watch your step. If you haven't already, can you please turn phones and devices to silent or off? Better make sure I've done that in a minute. If it happens that any participants or even the reporter are taken ill during the proceedings, then we'll have to adjourn and make sure that everything's okay, and then come back together again at the appropriate time. Courtesy and behaviour. I'd like to remind all participants and everybody who's observing the importance of being courteous to each other throughout these proceedings. You'll no doubt hear people saying things that you do or don't agree with. Please be polite and respectful. Please give other parties the time and courtesy they need to express their views, give their evidence and answer questions in the same way that you would expect that to be done for you. I need to hear what each party's got to say, and I know there are different points of view on various different matters, which of course is why we're here. Those same principles of courtesy and respect for other participants extend beyond the confines of this room, so I would also request that those principles are followed for those taking part today who wish to comment on proceedings via social media. Just please be courteous, and as I mentioned earlier, please no photographs or recording without the consent of people who you're wanting to photograph or record. So, before we move on to the proceedings proper, are there any matters for me? Yes, Mr. Trinnick.
Just 3 small points. Firstly, I expect people to discover the Wi-Fi system. It's called Starlink. There's no password, and it works. Secondly, condition 11 is the one that tackles the turbine 28 and microsighting, whatever the number is. An error was made in that condition. It was pointed out by the development company Energy Contour, who own Leg 2. The condition has been amended. Email sent to the DPEA yesterday, but if you wanted a hard copy of the revised condition, we have it with us, and we can pass it out in the first break.
It's in my inbox, I think, as I've been speaking this morning, so I have that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. And the final point is on the noise condition. A final form of agreement has been sent this morning by our noise expert to Robin Fraser at Highland Council. I think they are fully agreed, and the idea is to submit an agreed statement to you, recording that agreement on the condition. And my question says, I'd like you to consider, once you've had an opportunity to look at the agreement, if you need to have James Mackay and Robin Fraser attend the condition session. It's fine if you do, but useful to know.
Thank you for that. Mr. Finney, did you want to respond to any of those things before I conclude on?
As to condition 11, that I think we're fine with that. There has been a bit of movement on other conditions too, which we'll come to in due course, but they don't need to take time this morning. As to noise, yeah, my understanding is we are agreed. And given the weather forecasts and the like, it would certainly be useful, and I apologise that you've only been told of the agreement now, but it would be useful to know whether you want the relevant experts here. I have to say that in my view, and I think it's Mr. Trinnick's view, we of ourselves don't need them here. We're happy with the terms of the agreement, but it's obviously a matter for you.
Thank you both. I'm just checking my emails at the moment. I'm not necessarily aware that something has come. Has something been sent to me?
No, sir. It's been sent this morning at 8:13 by my expert to their expert, and we're awaiting the response of Robin Fraser. If all is well, then Highland Council will be notified, and we will be notified.
And this would pertain solely to the noise condition. Did I understand that correctly? Yes. Yes. Okay. And that was your understanding, Mr. Finlay, as well. So, okay. So each of you is saying to me, you don't actually think you need to present, you don't need your witnesses on those matters. So far as you're both concerned, that matter is actually agreed. There's a text which I am yet to see, and you are in the process of agreeing. Is that what? Do I understand that?
That's correct, sir. But you may still have questions. So
it's a little difficult for me to give you a definitive answer just now without having seen the material. For the moment, I'd like to assume that things will go as we'd proposed. I will keep an eye on my emails today. If you can advise me throughout the day, perhaps if you hear anything after the first break or after lunch, for instance, then you can come back to me and I'll make a point of having a look at that. It may be later in the day, it may even be into tomorrow before I can actually have a chance to have a look at it to see whether I do indeed have any questions as well. But no, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Was there any further points from either of you? Okay, if there's nothing further, then I'm happy to proceed to the first witness, Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, Call Mr. Welch. He does have a precognition. I think I know all those present in the room, and I suspect they may have read the evidence. May we take the precognitions as read?
Yes, and my apologies. I think in my introduction that was probably a bit that I missed. But yeah, I'm quite happy to take precognitions as read. I think that would be preferable for both sides.
There are some supplementary questions in chief. Mr. Welch, would you take out, please, Anne Cowling's precognition, paragraph 2.3. That's document CD 13.6. And you might get in front of you as well from your CD 12.2 series, figure JW8.
What was the reference for that one again, please? CD12?
CD 12.2. I'm not sure. So do you have hard copy figures?
I have with me the photographs. I've got maps from CD 01.015, which is the mapping figures, and the visualizations in paper copy. I've got everything else electronically.
Which visualizations do you have, sir? What's the number?
CD 001.024, which is the updated cumulative landscape and visual impact assessment.
Those are the ones we're working to as well, so that's fine.
Okay.
But the JW series is different. That's in CD 12.2. It's an inquiry document.
Yeah, I've got that. Thanks. Whenever you're
ready. Perhaps people just read paragraph 2.3. It's very short, of Anne Cowling's precognition, and then I'll put the question. Thanks, sir. Mr. Welch, I think you want to respond to what Anne Cowling says.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. I'd just like to briefly respond to Ms. Cowling's comment. In producing JW8, what we did was we geo-referenced the NSA boundary and overlaid it into the digital terrain model that is used for visualizations. And we were able to take that into wind farm and overlay it onto the baseline photograph. And the purpose of the image was to help an understanding of the likely relationship of the proposed development to the NSA. The boundary as drawn reflects the landform profile in the terrain model. And as Ms. Cowling suggests, because it's based on the landform, the boundary line does not capture all of the trees that sit on top of Migdale Rock. And I accept that some of the tree cover appearing just above the purple lens is within the NSA. For the avoidance of doubt, the areas of moorland and hills that can be seen behind the purple line or above the purple line are outside the NSA, including areas of forestry that you can see to the right of the view. That's on the north side of the minor road that forms the boundary to the NSA. So it is a slither of woodland above that above Migdale Rock, which is the highest point on that purple lens, should extend up to include those trees.
So it may be it's a small point, but it may assist you and I, particularly as you're having to look at it on a computer. Mr. Welsh was to perhaps point it out to us on his hard copy, because I think it is much easier to see on the hard copy than on the computer.
Mr. Welsh said a full knee replacement. I'm not having him jumping around the room, so someone can do it for him.
That's quite all right. Thank you.
No, don't worry.
Very grateful to your colleague for.
Thank you. I've marked it up on there.
Mr. Finley would like to have a look as well.
The red line, it should have included those trees.
And Mr. Finley might like to have a look as well. So I can see it.
I can show that to Mr.
It's quite all right. Yep. Okay, I'll have another quick look. I'm generally content with where I understand it to be. Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Mr. Trunick, sorry.
Thanks, sir. My next point takes us to Anne Cowling's inquiry report, paragraph 3.6. And so if you can keep out the JW series, you'll need JW10 for this exercise. And once you've got that, you need one more document, sir. Which is CD 818, entitled The Special Qualities of the National Scenic Areas, 818 at, page 162. That's internal page.
Sorry, I was going to ask, is that the electronic page or the...
Sorry, sir. I'm just aware that there'll be electronic pages and real pages, so this is internal real page number 162. Electronic page 167, if that helps.
It does, thank you, on there.
Okay, Mr. Welsh, there's some disagreement between you and Anne Cowling, and we can see that disagreement spoken to by Anne Cowling in paragraph 3.6 of her inquiry report, where she refers to the area of sweeping moorland forms a backdrop, distinctive backdrop to Migdale settlement and character. I'm sure the report will be aware of this disagreement on that point. I'd like you to respond to what Anne Cowling says in paragraph 3.6.
There is a tendency when undertaking special qualities assessments to drill down into every single word in the citation, including the further information that's provided on a special quality. So it may seem a bit of a pedantic point, but having considered the citation and its further information, I am convinced that this part of the citation is not something that contributes to the special qualities appreciated from viewpoint 12 on the Strui. I explored this on the ground, and I am convinced that this part of the further information is in fact referring to the experience in Migdale itself, where you can appreciate its settlement and character. And I took that photograph in JW10 because I think that captures the essence of that part of the citation. And given that one of the special qualities of the NSA is dedicated to Migdale, it makes sense to me also that this very specific line about Migdale settlement and character is as seen in JW10. I don't dispute that you can see the moorland hills or the sweeping moorland from viewpoint 12, but you would not be able to appreciated in the context of what is written in the citation document.
Have you taken us to JW10, or do you not need to?
JW10 is the photograph that is taken from within Migdale, shows the church, residential properties, where you can appreciate its settlement and character, and in the backdrop you can see the area of sweeping moorland forming a distinctive backdrop to it. Seems to capture it perfectly in my mind.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. The third point takes us to Anne Cowling's inquiry report of paragraph 3.8. I don't think people need to turn to it because I'll read it. It's very short. And what we're talking about here are the general visibility of the development, or theoretical visibility of the development within the NSA. And Anne Cowling says at 3.8, the level of mitigation which the additional AIR proposes in respect of the very limited, I'm quoting now, the very limited parts of the NSA that will actually be affected by visibility of the proposed development, stock quotes, is overstated, particularly when considered in the light of the significance of the Strui viewpoint location, it's one which provides the elevated and expansive views from which the SLQ, that's the one in dispute, is best appreciated, and which the development would form a key focus. And I think that quote comes, just for the reporter's note, from AIR paragraph 4.5.148, just as a point of reference. Against that background, could you please respond to Anne Cowling?
If I could ask the reporter to take up figure JW4. This shows the detailed area of the western part of the NSA with the blade tip ZTV overlain and with surface features or woodland taken account of in the ZTV. Looking at this, and given that we're concerned with the western end of the NSA, I stand by the assessment in the AIR that very limited parts of the NSA would experience theoretical visibility of the proposed development. And I think it's a point that's also very fairly noted in Nature Scott's second consultation response, that's CD48, where it says, due to efforts made by the applicant to mitigate significant effects and the relatively limited locations where these effects would be experienced, we advise the amended proposal would not have an adverse effect on the integrity of the NSA or the objectives of designation. Also in Annex 1, paragraph 3, it says the locations where effects would be significant are very limited. I would also note from paragraph 3.7 of the IR a disagreement between Anne Cowling and myself that 9 degrees of the field of view affected at the Strui viewpoint is a very small proportion of the panoramic view. Given that the panorama at the Strui, it obviously extends to 360 degrees, but 270 degrees of that view, I would say, is open. 9 degrees of that field of view I would regard to be very limited. It amounts to about 3% of the available open view. So I think the evidence is there that very limited parts of the NSA would be affected by the proposed development.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. In paragraph 3.10 of our inquiry report, no need to go to it, Anne Cowling concludes that development would have a moderate and significant effect on the integrity of the NSA. I think the only document you may need to deal with this point is CD 114, which is the AIR report. I think you want to start by looking at viewpoint 12 and then you move on to the question of integrity. So would you like to respond?
Thank you. The fact that very limited parts of the NSA would be affected is a factor that we weighed up in reaching a conclusion that the effect on the NSA would not, its integrity would not be undermined. At viewpoint 12, it would affect a small part of a very wide view, and that consideration is something that's recognised in GLVIA, the guidelines, at paragraph 639, as a relevant factor in judging magnitude of change.
Could you just repeat that paragraph that you referenced a moment ago?
639 in GLVIA 3. In our assessment, it would result in a medium to low magnitude of change, which agreed by Nature Scott in its second consultation response, and result in a moderate significance of effect. So that's well short of the maximum, if you like, under the methodology. Our assessment allows for a moderate significant effect to be either significant or not significant, subject to professional judgment. And in my view, it falls on the not significant side. And that is for all the factors set out in the AIR report at paragraph 4.5.363. So that sets out the justification. It is by no means an impact of the highest order. Whether or not it is significant, and I note that Nature Scott consider it to be significant, we are agreed that the scale of change, when I say we are agreed, Nature Scott agrees with our assessment that it would not compromise the integrity of the designation. That integrity of the NSA relies on the perception of the special qualities and how they interact when seen in views within and across and around the NSA. In my opinion, the Dornoch Firth NSA is focused on the enclosed Firth landscape. It's inherently contained, and its primary point of interest is the water body of the Firth and its edges, its surroundings. While external influences outside the NSA are relevant to the characterization of the landscape, in our assessment, the very introverted nature of the designated area ensures that it will retain its integrity despite the addition of the proposed development, which is peripheral to the key focus of this particular landscape.
My final point from Anne Cowling's inquiry report takes us to paragraph 4.4, and there in 4.4.2 she deals with what she calls criterion 5. In fact, it is called criterion 5. And just as a background, I think you're aware that Highland Council has published supplementary guidance, CD 7.2, we needn't go to it. In chapter 4 of that guidance, 10 criteria are set out. They're not policy, but they are supportive of policy 67 in the Highland Wide Development Plan, which is the renewables policy, and they are very frequently referred to at inquiries. Anne Cowling says that she has a difficulty with the project in terms of criterion 5, for the reasons she explains in 4.4.2, impacts on A836 and B917, is it 8 or 9176, whichever, in the vicinity of BP12, as a significant part of the experience of that road and of arrival into the NSA, significant attraction arises, and therefore the threshold is not met. In order to respond to this, I think people need to have in front of them JW1 and 2. Those are the big A1 plans, A1 and 2. Well, they won't be on screen, but anyway, they are. I've got them. And also one of the NatureScope visualizations within CD 1.24, which is viewpoint 4, which is figure 7A.
And this should be the map which shows the theoretical visibility, and next to it is a map which shows various other wind farms in the locality. Is that the correct figure?
Yeah, JW1 and 2, that's right, yeah. Now, what you're tackling here, Mr. Welch, is what Cowing says about the impacts on the A836 and the B9178 or 6. So which is it? I don't remember. 6. Could you respond to that, please?
Yes, sir. JW1 and JW2 illustrate the blade tip ZTV across 20-kilometre study area. And it's, I wanted just to make the point about JW2, which is the screen ZTV. In producing that, we use an ordnance survey model which takes account of forestry, wood and major woodland within the study area, and we attribute a height to that. So we create an obstacle in the terrain model, and in this case, 15 metres is usually the height that we use. And when we run the ZTV...
Was that 15?
15. Yeah. 1.5. And it, then you run the ZTV, it eliminates the areas of ground that are screened by forestry. So it gives you a more representative impression of the likely actual visibility, which you can't establish from a normal ZTV. I would always recommend that they're used together rather than just rely on a screen ZTV. And a point I wanted to make here before answering Mr. Trinick's point is, if you look at figure 7B in the cumulative update, CD 124, on JW2, it suggests that viewpoint 4 does not have any theoretical visibility or actual visibility. And we can see from figure 7B that it does. And that is because the model does not take account of rotation and thinning in that happens in commercial plantation. So it needs to be used with an element of caution, but it is still, we've found it nonetheless to be a helpful tool. And we can see, for example, looking at the baseline photograph in 7B, that the forestry is indeed growing up, and in a matter of maybe 7 to 10 years will substantially change the degree of visibility from that viewpoint. To answer Mr. Trinick's...
Just before Mr. Welsh does, and I apprehend this is a point that Mr. Welsh had made in his appendix or annex 3 of his report about the reference to the A836. And when Ms. Cowling gives evidence, she'll say that that has slipped in there by error, and she's not standing by that. So I'm not wishing Mr. Welsh to not give his answer, but it's not I think it's unlikely to be a point of contention.
Sorry, that's very helpful. So to be clear, looking at 442, we can take out the A836.
Yes, I think that's on page 81 of Mr. Welsh's report. He makes the comment about that.
That's extremely helpful.
And having considered that, that can be taken out.
So that is solely the reference to the A836 and not the reference to the B9176?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thanks. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Well, that narrows the point you have to deal with.
Yes. I don't think the threshold is certainly failed on the A836. I would have said that, but likewise, I don't think the threshold for criterion 5 is failed by the visibility that occurs on a 1.3 kilometre stretch near the Struy viewpoint. And given that I do not assess the moderate effect at Struy to be significant, I don't accept that the threshold is failed in relation to criterion 5.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Turning to, just for 2 points, to Mr. Fitzpatrick's evidence. You have his inquiry report to hand at table 1 on internal page 8. And the only other document you'll need for this purpose is CD 124, the Nature-Scott visualisations again. Now, we're not going to cover every viewpoint, obviously, but I think I'd like to take you to 3 in turn, and there are 9, 12, and 13. So people will turn up viewpoint 9 in CD 124. Okay.
Yes, I have 9.
And what we're looking at is what Mr. Fitzpatrick says in the right column in respect to viewpoint 9. You say moderate, not significant. He goes the other way, significant, and then he gives his explanation. And I think you want to respond to that explanation.
Yes, there is. I would say there's very little between us at viewpoint 9. However, we exercise the judgment around a moderate effect, and he finds it significant, and I do not. And the reasons why I do not, if you look at figure 12B, you can see the wire line there with the proposed development turbines in red, and they are substantially concealed by the skyline at a distance of 10 kilometres. We say that is a medium to low magnitude and a not significant effect for a sequence of reasons given in the AIR for viewpoint 9. Clearly, Mr. Fitzpatrick finds that to be significant, so we have a difference there. There are only 3 viewpoints where we find a difference in significance. So 9 is the first, 12 is the next.
So, go on to 12. There's quite a big difference between you say moderate and not significant, and Mr. Fitzpatrick finds high magnitude, major significance. And so if you want to reference his inquiry report I thought I had a good reference. No, forget it, I haven't got one. Anyway, major and significant.
Yes, the point I would make about viewpoint 12 is that we're looking at the proposed development at 14 kilometres away, partially concealed by landform, so you're not seeing the full vertical height of this development, and it's set in a broad area of simple moorland upland. Because of those factors, we assess it to have a medium to low magnitude of change. Nature-Scott agrees with us. In contrast, Mr. Fitzpatrick has attributed a medium to high magnitude, which is one step off the highest magnitude you can attribute using the methodology, and finds that to result in a major significant impact. And in my experience, that just does not reflect the facts I've described of distance, field of view affected, partial screening by landform. So there's a big difference between us there, I would say. And finally, viewpoint 13 is the other one where we disagree on significance. And if you're to look at figure 16C in the cumulative update, and I'm not considering cumulative effects here, but we are proposed development at 15 kilometres distance from the viewpoint. And we have a similar situation where we both assess it to be, well, I assess it to be moderate and not significant, and he assesses it to be major, moderate and significant. And I think at that distance, that field of view affected, the partial screening by landform, that is an overstatement of the magnitude of impact, in my view.
The final point in chief, we now go to table 4.1, page 19, internal page 19 of Mr. Fitzpatrick's inquiry report, where again he's looking at viewpoint 12, but this time in a cumulative context. You find moderate not significant, although significant with a Kelid if that comes through, and he finds a major, moderate and significant. So what's your response on that?
I think it's important to note in applying the methodology, you're asking a different question when you are assessing cumulative effects. This is explained in detail in CD 118, which is the technical appendix, the methodology in the AIR. And
do you want me to bring that up?
You could, yes, sir. That probably would.
Remind me, is that one?
It's CD 101.018.
Just a moment. I've got quite a few electronic files with that name. Which particular one?
It should be 4.1, technical appendix 4.1.
Unhappily for me, mine aren't labelled that way, which is. Do you want to just talk me through it in any event, and yes. I'll make a note of the particular one. It was figure 4.1 that you.
Technical appendix 4.1 to the AIR, and it sets out the methodology for the landscape and visual assessment. And in section 8, it explains the reason why we assess cumulative effects separately is because you're, if you like, asking a different question. You're trying to establish whether the proposed development would have additional impacts when considered with a range of different scenarios, assuming operational, under construction, consented, application, and scoping stage wind farm. So you're looking at what the additional effect is of the proposed development against a series of different baselines, and there are 4 different baselines considered in this assessment. What it says in paragraph 8.3 is that the LVIA assesses the incremental effect from the addition of the proposed development, not the overall accumulation of wind farms. And when we're taking that as the premise of the approach, if you look at figure 15C, for example, which is the Struy viewpoint, 15B, C and D present the 270 degrees with the cumulative wind farm shown. And in my assessment, the addition of the proposed development to the operational baseline, the under construction baseline, the consented baseline, and the application baseline is of a relatively low order and not significant. So in the terms of the methodology, it says significant cumulative effects arise where a wind farm landscape is created as a result of the addition of the proposed development. I do not believe that happens at viewpoint 12 until you add in scenario 4, which is the scoping stage projects, and the only scoping stage project considered is a Cayley. So if you assume a Cayley's in the baseline, then I would accept that adding the proposed development leads to a significant cumulative effect at the Struy viewpoint.
But to be clear, that's adding Gavary to a baseline which includes that scoping stage project,
Yes.
not the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between Mr. Fitzpatrick and myself there. He finds the cumulative effect at Struy to be major moderate, which is it's one step off the highest level of significant cumulative effects, which would be, according to the methodology, on the way to becoming a wind farm landscape, which I don't accept.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. We'd like to stay there. There may be some questions for you. Excellent.
Thank you very much. We're just coming up to 11, a little bit before. Do people want to take a comfort break now, just before Mr. Finlay?
I prefer to crack on till about 11:30. I can come to a convenient pause.
I'm happy to do that if that works. Okay.
Yep.
Just before we start proper cross-examination, so to speak, you've been asked about a number of viewpoints by reference to Mr. Fitzpatrick's report. Just as you'll be aware, and I'm sure the reporter is, he deals with those viewpoints in more detail in his report of handling, which is CD 4.2 in his in his appendix 2. I'm not going to go to any detail of that at the moment. It's just to note that if the reporter is looking for Mr. Fitzpatrick's explanation for differences between you, he can look both in your report and CD 4.2. And the second point is that you went through each indication where the basic, just looking at Gavary itself, there were 3 differences between you and him. That's viewpoints 9, 12 and 13. For cumulative impact, there are a number more, and you've just dealt with the most focused one, Struy, but there are a number more where he and you disagree as well.
Yes, I didn't deal with those other ones because he says that in his inquiry report that Struy is the one that matters.
Yeah. No, and I think we're at one that both you and he have said that the other disagreements relate to the context and are important, but it's the Struy viewpoint and the impact on the NSA that's the major issue between us, that as far as Highland Council is concerned is a tipping point to what is acceptable or unacceptable. That it's the impact on the NSA that's tipped Highland Council to objection.
That's not quite how I would phrase the report of handling. It's clear that the landscape character effects are acceptable. It's clear that the cumulative effects are not of such an order to lead to objection, but it objects solely on the NSA and the Struy viewpoint and the B9176. I didn't read it as if it was saying there is a big issue with a lot of other areas. In fact, I felt it said that those were quite well resolved by the revised design.
Sure, that's entirely correct, but I don't actually think there's a great deal of difference between us, so we can no doubt explore that when we come back to your cross-examination in due course. So if we, just coming back to the start, just to look at, to have a date framework for some of my questions. The original application was put in April 21. Nature Scott's objection was in June of 2021, and the Highland Council's objection was put in February of 2022, and I think you then got involved in March of 2022.
That's correct.
And then the AIR went in December of that year, and then the final minor alteration was turbine 19 went by a CLVIA in December 2023.
That's correct.
So just taking your report, the two paragraphs I want to ask about. One is, so that's CD 12.1. At 1.10, the AIR was, you tell us, was done under your direction. And I understand that, certainly to an extent, that there'll be a number of people working on the AIR, and you're the man responsible, which is why you're in the chair today.
Yes, but I'm also the man who gets the benefit of going out on site to look at the findings and to discuss them with the assessors.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. If you go to 2.6 of your report, it says the assessment set out in the AIR, etc., was undertaken by two experienced members of the Landscape Institute. Are those two experienced members, does that include yourself? And have you been to all the relevant sites and all the relevant viewpoints? I mean, my apologies.
I have been to all of the viewpoints within 10 kilometres. I've also been to Carn Cunag previously. I would have to say not specifically to look at this site from Carn Cunag, but I've been to all the viewpoints within 10k as part of the AIR and preparation for this. I've been to some of them several times in preparing for this inquiry.
And could you remind, and my apologies, could you just remind me, was Carn Cunag, was that viewpoint 14? One of the summits, I think.
Carn Cunag 15.
15, thank you. Sorry, my apologies for the interruption.
I think that's a similar position to Mr. Fitzpatrick and Ms. Cowling, that you don't necessarily go to all the furthest away ones, but you said all the viewpoints within 10 kilometres, but I imagine you've been to the Struy viewpoint as well, and viewpoint 9 and 13 that you've just been discussing.
Indeed, yes.
And did you go to those viewpoints with this application in mind before the AIR was submitted?
Yes, because they are viewpoints that have also been used in other LVIAs in the area that I've been involved with. Yeah. So I was familiar with...
I asked the question rather specifically, Mr. Wells. Did you go to them with the, and I'll put it even more specifically, with the, to undertake the assessment for the AIR before, did you go to those three viewpoints prior to submitting the AIR for the purposes of the AIR?
I see what you mean. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Then if we turn on to 8.5 of your report, and this comes back to the framework, on the basis of THC's objection, an objection from Nature Scott, the applicant sought a second opinion from Open on the landscape and visual impacts of the proposed development. So presumably you were asked to give a view on, first of all, the substance of those objections.
Yes, I was provided with a copy of the report of handling with the copy of the LVIA, the visuals, and I was asked to provide an opinion on the defensibility of the landscape and visual arguments.
That's very helpful. And you were also presumably given a copy of Nature Scott's objection.
Yes.
We don't have a copy of your opinion, do we?
No, it was presented at a meeting with the applicant at which it focused around the use of wind farm and viewpoints and a discussion. And I'm afraid that I do not have, I'm not concealing something from you. It's not in a written form.
So do I understand correctly that you were first asked about, I think as you put it, and I summarising the merits of Highland Council's objection and Nature Scott's objection, and there were 3 grounds of objection then. You presumably provided a view that you thought that those grounds of objection were defensible, because you then went on to recommend a fairly significant alteration to the layout on any view.
That's a fair assessment, yes.
Thank you. And did you just give the applicant one option in terms of the amount of turbines to be removed, or did you go through a number of options?
Before presenting our advice to the applicant, we went through an iterative process using wind farm software, testing the viewpoints. A colleague and I, who subsequently undertook the AIR, went through the viewpoints and carried out an iterative process of removing turbines to resolve what we thought were difficulties in the landscape and visual case, if you like, as recognised in the Nature Scott objection and the committee report. We also, if I may say, at the same time had to wrestle with some aspects of the previous LVIA, which was presented, I think, in a slightly unorthodox way, and I've explained in my IR
yes, I think
some of those issues.
I think Mr. Fitzpatrick pointed those out too, and in essence, you agree with them in that it's done in a not necessarily inconsistent with GLVIA, but it doesn't give a viewpoint analysis, for instance. It gives a sort of vicinity of the viewpoint, which is far more difficult to tie down and then compare like with like.
I agree, and that's why we addressed it differently in the AIR.
But come back to my original question. Did you just present one option for removing a number of turbines, or did you present a number of options?
We presented the iterative process that we had gone through using wind farm and recommended that 12 turbines were removed from the project, and that, in our professional opinion, resulted in a scheme that was defensible in landscape and visual terms.
Thank you. If you could go now to, I want to look at the report of handling for the first application, which is or the first iteration of the application, which is CD 2.9.
I have that.
It recommended raising an objection on the basis of 3 matters. The first and third, let me start again, the second relating to the NSA and the first and third relating to other landscape and visual impacts.
I can't find that in the document, but I know that there were 3 reasons. Could you take me to the page? That
yes, if you go to page 1, electronic page 1 and 2, you'll see the covering letter.
Oh yes, yep.
And I think that's clear. And you've given us your view on the defensibility of Highlands Council's objection. I'm not going to suggest that you agree with everything that's in the report, there's no point going through the report to do that, because there'll be matters about which you disagree. But we have your overall view about their the defensibility of their objection. If you go to see how they deal with the NSA, you need to go to electronic page 48, which the consideration of that begins at 10.105.
I have that. And
in essence, the report of handling deals with that from 10.105 to 10.107. 10.108 deals with night lighting, I think, which is not an issue we need to get involved in. But in summary, what Highland Council did was simply adopt Nature Scott's objection on the NSA point.
That would appear to be the case in citing in 10.107.
Yeah, and one sees that particularly in the last sentence. The council is in broad agreement with Nature Scott's assessment in this regard. But I mean that's a broad summary. I don't know whether Anne Cowling had an input or not at this stage, but one can contrast that with the next report. So we'll, in terms to look at the defensibility of the second ground of objection, we'll go to look at Nature Scott's objection in a moment. But just before we finish this report, can you turn to 10.119, which is on electronic page 52?
Yes.
And it's looking at the viewpoints 10 and 12 within the NSA, and it just reading. So that's the introduction and the first sentence. There's a sentence beginning right at the end of the line, 4 lines up from the end. The Council does not agree with the applicant's judgment on the scale of change for viewpoint 10. And the scale of effect, however, the Council does agree the scale of effect is not significant at that viewpoint. So viewpoint 10, which is down by the Firth shore, effectively, was considered not significant by the Council. Not significant impact. It then looks at viewpoint 12, where the EIAR had given an assessment of medium-small change. And thank you for your reference to the different approach from Stevenson-Halliday's methodology. What they might mean by medium-small change isn't necessarily the same as you might mean. We need to bear that in mind.
Definitely.
One can see there's about 9 lines down, there's a sentence beginning in the middle of the page. From this viewpoint, the partial screening leaves about 25 hubs remaining in view, with only 3 turbines being close to completely obscured. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on to describe the impact on viewpoint 12 from the scheme as it was then designed. Again, is that... I'll do take some time to read that, but is that again, to use wording we've agreed on, a defensible approach in terms of
the Council exercises its professional judgment on the visual impacts, and they differ to the applicants. That's not unusual as has arisen here.
Yeah, I'm asking for your view on the impact or the visual impact on viewpoint 12 from the original scheme, and whether the council's more or less got it right in that assessment.
There were elements of that. I mean, our review didn't just focus on viewpoint 12, it also focused on Canny Glen.
Yes, and we're agreed, if I can cut you short, sorry, that we agreed that you've been effective in reducing the impacts on the Canny Glen to the extent to which it no longer forms a ground of objection, and that's indeed why grounds 1 and 3 of the objection have fallen away and we're left with the NSA. So Mr. Fitzpatrick's made it clear, you've pointed it out in your report, that there is agreement between the parties. You've been effective in your redesign and mitigating the impact on, amongst other places, but mainly at Canny Glen. It's the impact on the NSA that still lies between us, which is why I've taken you to viewpoint 12.
I don't, to answer your particular point, I think if the council assessed the previous scheme as having a major impact, that at 13k as it was, is still a very, that's the highest level, highest magnitude of impact you can have under, I presume, under the assessment. And that strikes me as something slightly awry with the calibration. I would be surprised to find the highest level of visual impact at 13 kilometres.
Well, we can go to electronic page 102. And that sets out the officer's detailed consideration of viewpoint 12. And one can see the different columns for magnitude of change and then scale of effect.
So which paragraph is that?
There's no paragraph, it's a table, it's the equivalent of Annex 2, so it's electronic page 102.
So the officer has attributed a substantial magnitude of change. Now, without actually looking at the Stevenson Halliday methodology, I don't know if that is the highest element of calibration. But if it is, I think that sounds high to me even for a 37 turbine development at 13 kilometres. That would set the calibration for the assessment very high, I would say.
And then, because, and again, and I think your methodology in TA 4.1, Technical Appendix 4.1 of the AIR points this out, that in accordance with the GLVIA, you ascribe, you have tables that you work to, but it's the descriptive element that goes with it and the judgment that then follows that is as important.
Yes, the table, the matrix table is not the basis on which the findings are made. It helps to guide them, but it's a justified assessment that flows from that.
Yeah, so that, and it's really looking at, coming back to paragraph 10.119 on electronic page 52, the section I was discussing with you. There is an element of labelling, but there's also an element of description in there. And I think I've asked you about that already. There's just one other short section I want to ask you about. It's at 10.126 on electronic page 56. So it says, as experienced from viewpoint 12, Gavary appears in front of leg 1 and 2, with which it interacts to reduce the influence of turbines to the near side of the horizon from that section of view. the I think that's really looking at the cumulative impact as well, or certainly the combined impact, which is. But again, is there anything in the descriptive element of that paragraph with which you significantly disagree?
I agree with the statement in there about the influence of turbines. The spread of turbines was a factor, certainly, that concerned us when we carried out our review of the project from this viewpoint. And we sought to narrow the field of view that was affected. And I believe that was something that Nature Scott has acknowledged in its second consultation response as having been achieved. So the field of view affected was certainly an issue with the 37 turbine scheme. So I don't dispute what's written in the core of that paragraph, spread west. I probably would disagree with the cumulative assessment.
Right. Now, I don't. Well, Porter's obviously not considering that scheme, so I don't want to spend any further time on that. I'm not suggesting that there may be issues between us on that scheme. But what I want to do now is go to Nature Scott's objection, first objection, which is CD 2.16, because as we've agreed, the Highland Council effectively adopted that. And in order to understand what they are talking about, insofar as it's possible, which it may not be for the reporter, it would be helpful to have open CD 1.5, which are the visualizations for the EIAR, for viewpoint 12, Struy.
Just remind me the reference there, please.
CD 1.5. So.
Thank you.
And it's EIAR volume 3B. And that certainly on my electronic version has the viewpoint split into sometimes pairs, sometimes three of them. But it's the viewpoint 3B, which has viewpoint. It's volume 3B, which has viewpoints 11 and 12 in it. And perhaps one can have regard either to the wireline, which is figure 12B, and what I think is a Nature Scott type visualization, which is visualization 12C, and then what looks like to be a Highland Council visualization intended to be taken to the viewpoint figure 12E. So, but for my purposes, I think it's perhaps best to go back to the wireline, just so that we have in mind what they're talking about, and we can have in our own mind's eye, because we're probably all fairly familiar with it, what the current application would look like from Struy. So if we look at the Nature Scott objection 216, we know that you think this is defensible, but what I want to ask you about is some of the detail in it. On page 1, they say they're going to object because it, on the basis of impact on objectives and overall integrity of the area. And we will see in due course that there was only, although they considered two of the SLQs, there was only one that gave rise to the objection. So if we turn to page 2 under what is paragraph 2.1a, they looked at the contrast between enclosed west and expansive east, no objection there. Then they, at paragraph B, the inhabited surrounds within a wilder backdrop of hills and moors. And then they say on entering the NSA from the south, turbines will be visible from some of the elevated sections along the north-facing slopes of the NSA. From here, this quality, special quality, is well appreciated. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Visibility is generally limited as a result of the nature of this low-lying and small NSA, together with the extensive amount of woodland cover. That's not a dispute between us. I think you've been making that point earlier in your evidence. When the turbines would be visible on the horizon of the wilder hills, they would be prominent in the broad panorama across the firth looking northwestwards, and it would impinge upon the sweeping moorland which forms a distinctive backdrop to Migdale. So let's take that in two stages. Do you agree that it would be prominent in a broad panorama across the firth looking northwestwards?
In terms of the 37 turbine scheme, I would say it had, because of the field of view affected, it had greater prominence. So, yeah, that is partly why we recommended the scheme was reduced. We felt it was too prominent in that view.
Right, well, that's grateful. We don't know what the author thought about why it was prominent, but we may come on to that, and would impinge upon the sweeping moorland, which forms part of the distinctive backdrop to Migdale. Now, you and Miss Cowling, I think has already been identified, have a dispute as to the proper interpretation of the citation as to what is meant by the sweeping moorland forming a distinctive backdrop to Migdale. You take a more restrictive view, she takes a wider view to that. I'm just trying to identify the disagreement.
Yeah. Well, but you missed out two key words there. It's not about the backdrop to Migdale. It's the backdrop to Migdale's settlement and character. Okay. And that's what I think anchors it to. You need to be able to see the settlement.
So that's a dispute primarily of, well, it's partly of interpretation and partly of application. But you also agreed with Ms. Cowling that you can't see the Migdale settlement or loch from viewpoint 12.
That's been very much my point. You can see the sweeping moorland.
Yeah. But it would appear that Nature Scott have approached it in the same way that Miss Cowling has approached it, would it not?
Perhaps I'm interpreting it in too much detail, but for somebody arriving at the Struy viewpoint for the first time, they are not going to realise that moorland, the sweeping moorland they can see, forms a backdrop to Migdale. Well, I don't deny that you can see sweeping moorland.
No, but and we'll come on to this later in your report, but when considering the impact from Struy or the hills to the south, entering the NSA from the south, Nature Scott have clearly taken into account the impact or the extent it would impinge upon the sweeping moorland. Whereas you say that, as I understand your case, that's something that shouldn't be done because it's only the sweeping moorland insofar as it forms a distinctive backdrop to Migdale settlement, etc., that is relevant.
And I guess I don't accept that the wind farm would impinge has a negative connotation, and I think that sweeping moorland creates precisely the sort of scale and receiving environment that you would expect to see a wind farm associated with.
Okay. Well, that's slightly moving off my question, but what I'm suggesting to you, and I'll put it one more time, is that Nature Scott seem to, here and elsewhere, take the same view as Ms. Cowling does as to that descriptive element in the citation. Maybe wrong, but they take the same
Yes,
view.
I just don't see the rationale in referring to Migdale when you can't see it.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree about that then. Then they go on to say the turbines would add a further complex layer to the view with movement and overlapping blades. And that's clearly, if one looks at the wireline, there would be movement and overlapping blades both in the 12 turbines to the west, which are removed, but also in the remaining turbines to the east. I see you nodding, thank you. And
It's inevitable with a wind farm of 10 or 20 or 30 turbines that you will get some overlapping.
but my point is that, and we'll come to design perhaps in a little bit more detail after the break, but I would like to finish this letter and then we'll have a break because that will be a good change. In terms of the turbines that have been retained, we know that turbine 19 have gone, turbine 17 has been repositioned, but otherwise the turbines are more or less in the same position.
The retained turbines are more or less in the same position, yes.
Okay.
There was some adjustment to T17 to reduce its height and tie it into the group.
T17, I think, is, well, we'll look at it in a moment, but we'll come to it. I don't want to deal with that at this stage. Moving on to the next paragraph, other wind farm developments are visible in conditions of clear visibility, but are generally recessive and not prominent in the panorama or the backdrop to Migdale. Leaving aside the contentious Migdale comment, are you happy with that statement?
Generally, yes. I would say that in certain lighting conditions, a canny and Rose Hall can be quite noticeable from there, but I'm generally happy with that statement.
Going on to the next paragraph, we do not agree that the wind farm be associated with a more developed part of the landscape, as stated in the EIAR. That's not a point that you make, to be fair to you, but you would agree with that statement, I presume.
I would say they're associated with the more upland part of the view.
So you do. And then from lower elevations such as Ard Cronny, viewpoint 10, the turbines become lesser prominent as they appear as tips of the backdrops of the hill. However, the effects would be greatest from the elevated locations to the NSA. Perhaps could we, just in CD 1.5, go back and look at viewpoint 10, please? Just the wireline, just so that, again, so that the reporter has in mind as a compare and contrast. So the viewpoint map is at 10A. The wireline visualization is at 10B, and we'll have to accept that's a bare earth wireline visualization. Of the removed turbines, if I can call them that, you're only seeing tips insofar as there are other more substantial parts of the turbines in view. It's in those elements which would remain. But that's in a bare earth view. If you go to the next visualization, one, very difficult to pick out, but the tree cover limits what you will see even more so.
Yes, I don't think that's a significant effect.
No, my point is it wasn't significant. I agree with you. It's not significant in the initial application, and it's not significant now. Grateful. Then going back to the NS objection, the effects would be greatest from the elevated locations within NSA. My apologies, I missed out a sentence. I don't think I put to you at the end of the first paragraph. Although occupying a wide horizontal extent, the turbines would contrast with the horizontality of the landscape due to their height. So it seems, it's noting they occupy a wide area, but the contrast is with the horizontality. of the landscape due to their height. And that will be the same with this scheme, won't it?
To the extent that a number of turbines are retained. But I have a difficulty with that element of Nature Scott's evaluation because a broad, simple, horizontal landscape has greater potential to accommodate vertical structures than an intricate or more undulating piece of landform. It's very simple. It's a simple backdrop against which to locate a wind farm.
Well, absolutely. But and no doubt Nature Scott are well aware of that general approach. But if one looks at the wireline again on visualization 12B, the horizontality and their height that is primarily expressed by the turbines that will remain. And one can see that in terms of the wireline, you can see Ben Kleebreck to the right of the rightmost turbine. And that gives a scale indicator, does it not, of the height of the turbines. So it's not just that they're broad sweeping landscape, they stand significantly above it and interact with one of the background hills.
They do, but they are also, in my assessment, and if you look at the photograph in 12C, they are located in a part of the view where the landscape character and the landform is best suited to large-scale wind farm development. They're in the simpler, sweeping moorland, if you like, of those hills.
Yeah, in 12C, the cloud, unfortunately, makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to appreciate Ben Kleebreck to the right, doesn't it?
Yes, that's why we retook that in the cumulative update.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm coming back now to the third paragraph under that subparagraph B. The effects would be greater from the elevated locations of the NSA. This is especially true from viewpoint 12, where the effects of the proposed developments on the inhabited surrounds within a wilder backdrop of hills and moors special quality would be significant. Whilst these effects are limited in their extent to the area around and including the Strua viewpoint, it is a popular and accessible location from which to not only view the whole NSA but to appreciate its special qualities. Again, given you found that the NSA objection is defensible, I presume you'd agree with that.
I don't agree that the effect is now significant.
No, I know that. I know your case.
And I don't. Well, and you know my case that the effect on that SLQ is not significant.
But coming back to the wireline visualization, the extent to which your view is justified or not depends to a large extent, and whether your removal of the 12 turbines primarily to the left or the west of the wireline, which are to a greater or lesser extent much more screened by the topography, is effective in diminishing the effect such that a significant effect is no longer significant.
I say it is because I think that there is a point of difference between us and the Highland Council in terms of field of view. Now, I say field of view is an important consideration when assessing magnitude of change. I know that Highland, the Council's officers don't regard that to be a valid. part of the assessment of magnitude.
I think you're overstating it, Mr. Welsh. I think they think it's as important in assessing this viewpoint as you do, and that is indeed a difference between you. Anyway, I've put my point to you. I'm going to move on. They then say that they will object on the basis of overall integrity. Now, what the reporter can take from that is that Nature Scott considered it entirely appropriate that the impact on one SLQ, effectively from a limited area, was sufficient to justify an objection and based on the impact on overall integrity being compromised.
That was the position they took, yes.
And you considered that position was defensible? Because that's reason 2 for the reason for objection, which you said earlier you thought was defensible.
I certainly thought that the position that Nature Scott had took was a material risk to the project.
Well, defensible is the word you used. That's the one I'm going to refer to. They do return to, just to finish off this point, they do return to the assessment on page 7 of that document. I don't have the electronic page number under Annex 1. Under them, and they pass comment on the applicant's assessment and the effects of the Dornoch Firth NSA about a third of the way down the page. And then in the third paragraph, they set out what the applicant concluded, and they say that they don't agree with that. I don't think I need to ask you about that. And then they say this: we are not in agreement that the wind farm has been generally set back from the skyline and carefully designed to reflect and enhance the landscape characteristics. Do you agree that the wind farm has not been set back from the skyline either then or now?
I think that the wind farm sits very substantially behind the skyline, and clearly in moving from this response to the response that they presented in relation to the AIR, Nature Scott must have considered some material improvement to that position.
Yeah, we don't have the author of either response here to ask questions to, but in looking at this response, and if you look at the turbines that have been removed are generally set back from the skyline, are they not? Whereas the turbines that you're proposing to retain are the ones that are not. Some of them are, but many of them are not set back from the skyline. Indeed, some advance over the skyline.
I think they are. The wind farm is seen to sit on the skyline. It's not coming down into the area of Sweeping Moorland behind Migdale. It's very much a wind farm rooted in the uplands.
Well, they then go on to say, we also do not agree that the wind farm builds upon an established pattern, adding another layer to the rounded hills. Perhaps that's picking up a comment that had been made that I don't think you make. The NSA description clearly states the rounded hill provides the backcloth, not simply another layer on which to add. Are you happy with their approach to that?
I'm not sure I completely understand what they're saying. The NSA description clearly states the rounded hills provide the backcloth, not simply another layer on which to add. I don't know what that closing sentence is referring to.
Right. Oh, well, I can't take that further with you. Thank you. That's all I want to ask you about that document. I want to move on to methodology briefly, so now would be a good moment for a break.
Okay, that is 11:41 just now, so let's come back at 5:02, please. Welcome back, everybody. If we can resume where we were, Mr. Finlay, over to you.
So I don't know whether it's because Mr. Welsh and I have both had knee operations, but both of us are still wearing our coats at the moment. I hope you don't mind if we continue to do so.
Not remotely. I've got a blanket in the car that might be finding its way around my knees by the afternoon, so do please continue and wear whatever additional clothing you feel you need.
Thank you. Mr. Welsh, just one point ancillary to the issue I was asking you about beforehand. If you turn to your JW1, which is, I think, CD 9.2, one of the documents in CD 9.2. And I use this one, but I think you made the same point by reference to a number of the JW1 to 4 documents, that the ZTV, or the impact, visual impact within the NSA is limited. And whilst we're looking at the bare ground one here, the similar point can be made by reference to the other ZTV documents you provided.
Yes.
The only point I wanted to put to you was this, that there is likely to be no difference at all between the impact on the ZTV from the larger scheme and this scheme, because this scheme, just by virtue of the prominence, relative prominence, and I'm not trying to use that in a pejorative sense, of the siting of the retained turbines as against those of the removed turbines, and the direction of where the NSA sits, there's not likely to be any significant difference, is there?
No, I wouldn't have thought so, but we did run a comparative ZTV in the AIR 2022. So
Right, yeah.
we could look at that if need be.
Well,
but I would accept your
general point.
general point.
I'm grateful.
Where I think there would be less, obviously, is within a Canny Glen.
Yes, undoubtedly. But I was just looking at it with reference to the NSA. If we then turn to methodology, which is CD 118, Technical Appendix 4.1. And noting at the same time that you deal with methodology in Section 2 of your report. It was just a general question. The TA 4.1 deals with methodology dealing with landscape impacts, visual impacts, wildland impacts, but not specifically impacts on SLAs.
NSAs or SLAs?
NSAs.
NSAs are considered to be a landscape character receptor.
Well, that's what I thought, but when you took us to the GLVIA earlier this morning in terms of impact on the NSA, you took us to paragraph 6.39, which is the part of the GLVIA which deals with assessment of visual impacts.
Deals with the
assessment of visual impacts. What I'm going to suggest to you is that in terms of particular the issues that divide the parties between this inquiry, it falls between landscape and visual. I mean, landscape is an element of visual impact anyway, but it falls between the two.
We always assess it as a landscape character receptor. That's where it will appear in the assessment. But a big part of it is about perception, which is a visual consideration.
Grateful. I didn't think there was anything between us. So that just when one's looking at the your assessment of effects, we're looking primarily insofar as we get assistance from this TA 4.1 at your section 5, which begins at electronic page 5 of 20, assessment of effects on landscape character. The issues that lie between us are primarily on magnitude of change, which you deal with from 5.7 onwards. And you're looking at factors such as size or scale in 5.8, geographical extent, duration, reversibility, etc. We'll come and look at those in more detail in due course. There was one, just mis-highlighting that. No, I think. Just looking at magnitude of change on views, just probably to pick up the point we agreed on, at 7.11 on electronic page 20, the factors under magnitude of change on views are very similar. Size and scale, geographical extent, duration, reversibility.
Yes, they're similar, perhaps with subtle differences in application.
Then I'm grateful. That's all I wanted to do about methodology by reference to this document. If we then go to your report, still in your section 2, so that's CV 12.1. There's a subsection of section 2 beginning on page 9 dealing with acceptability of effects. And you make the point in 2.12 that every commercial scale wind farm will have significant landscape and visual effects. And indeed, I think that's a point that, it's far from a contentious point, that every commercial scale wind farm will have significant effects, and just because there's significant effects doesn't mean they're unacceptable.
Yes.
And I don't think Highland Council in this case or in the other instances you've indicated have approached it on any different basis. You go on to say that you give examples of recent experience where there have been significant effects, but they've been found to be acceptable. I think you've given an example earlier in your report of wind farms you looked at in this area, one of which in particular Glenmory was refused. That would have also had significant impacts, landscape and visual impacts. The question is whether they're acceptable in the particular location or not.
Yes, or even broader than that, the question is whether they're acceptable in the planning balance.
And you
which might not just
absolutely be clear in 213 you're not giving evidence on.
I'm not.
And at the end of 212, you include in the penultimate sentence, you refer to Salaki 2, Strathtyrian, Milbury, and make reference to a nationally important NSA. Was that relevant only to Salaki 2, or primarily relevant only to Salaki 2?
Yes.
And I thought it was. And in that case, I think Anne Cowling was also the landscape officer and didn't recommend an objection on NSA grounds.
She did not.
Thank you. You then look at the term localised from 216 onwards. And just for the reporter's benefit, at 220, you conclude with this sentence: the point is that the judgment will vary from scheme to scheme, will depend upon the nature, scale and type of the receiving topography. And can I say that that's an agreed position between the parties? It's not a one-size-fits-all. Putting it more colloquially, you have to look at a particular scheme, every particular scheme, and form a view. Grateful that is helpful. You come back to the issue of what is localised or not at 3.9 of your report on page 16. And you I think you refer to we know there's no objection outside the NSA grounds on terms of landscape or indeed visual impacts. At 314, you come back to Salaki 2 wind farm, and in 314 and 315, what you're purporting to suggest is that as a result of a paragraph you quote in 314, Highland Council accepted that in that case the visual effects were localised. Now, I'm going to suggest to you that that's a misreading of that, and I think it's necessary to go to Salaki to make that good. So we need to go to CD 1138. Just trying to see whether I have that. Sorry, I need to open that up. There are two Salaki wind farm decisions, 1138 and 39. We're looking at the first. If I'm correct. Well, in the list, they're both called Salaki 2, but
my understanding is that one is there appears to be one that was a committee report and one was a decision notice.
It's a decision notice.
Yes, that's 1139 in
1139. Sorry,
that's the one you'd like me to open. A Highland Council decision notice.
Yes. Sorry, no, it's the report I'm after, so it is 1138.
38.
1138, the report. It's to look at the paragraph that that you've quoted in your report at 314. That paragraph is at 8.124, and that is in the section dealing with landscape impacts, is it not?
It is.
And which begins at 8.113. And if one looks at 8.113, one can see, which is on electronic page 50 of 96. In the third line and the third last line, there is indeed discussion of localised or impacts or non-localised impacts. So that's 8.113. It's really recounting what the EIAR is saying in this stage, which I think is probably your EIAR, is it not? And likewise, in 8.115, there's reference to smaller localised areas on other LCTs towards the end of that paragraph. And the paragraph you draw attention to is 8.124 on electronic page 53, looking at a criteria in the supplementary guidance, but is particularly related to localised adverse effects on a number of LCTs. The report then deals with NSAs and SLAs, and then it goes on to deal with visual wildland, and then it goes on to deal with visual impacts from 8.162. And as far as I can tell, Mr. Welsh, there is no acceptance or otherwise that the visual impacts will be localised in that section of the report. I think there's a dispute. I'm not going to go through the detail of it because the report is not dealing with Salaki 2 wind farm. There was some dispute over some of the levels of impact at particular viewpoints. But the approach of Highland Council can perhaps be summarised if you look at 8.166. Which really replicates the point you and I agreed a moment or two ago. Whilst large-scale wind energy scheme would result in significant visual impact effects, the Council, through the supplementary guidance, also acknowledges that significant does not automatically translate to unacceptable in all instances. And the Council goes on to conclude that the visual impacts are not unacceptable. But I think you overstate matters by suggesting that they concluded that they were localised. Grateful.
I mean, I've referred to Salaki 2 there in my inquiry report as a benchmark. And in that regard, I would ask the reporter to have regard to the visualization that I included in JW9.
Absolutely. And no doubt Mr. Trinick may have some questions about Ms. Canning, but unless the reporter has the full extent of the material and indeed potentially even goes on site, it's very difficult for him to form a concluded view as to, or any proper view as to a comparison between the two.
And I would acknowledge that no two projects are identical, of course not, but I included this to give an illustration of a view from an NSA towards a commercial wind farm that Highland Council found to be acceptable, and that was my point of including it.
And you've fairly stated you've overstated it in your report to cover visual impact.
And I agree with their finding.
Yep. Well, it makes a more general point, if it needed to be made, that Highland Council does not turn down every application it forms. Sometimes it agrees with you, sometimes it doesn't. And this is one of the occasions when it hasn't. Because I think it's a point you pick up elsewhere in your report, just so the reporter has a note of it. When dealing with the NSA, I'm trying to think where that is now. Yes, which begins from paragraph 8.127 onwards. Ms. Cowling, and it was Ms. Cowling, his views are recorded at 8.140 that the effects on the NSA were considered to be localised in that instance. I think that's a comment you pick up later. So the reporter has that, and if Mr. Trinick wishes to ask Ms. Cowling about it, no doubt he will. But that's all that's necessary for my purposes. And then just before we leave this point, whilst there are disagreements between you and Mr. Fitzpatrick as to significance of impact in a non-cumulative sense at viewpoint 9, which is at just over 10 kilometres, and sits, if I recollect correctly, to the north-west, and viewpoint 13, which is at 15 kilometres, which sits more to the northeast.
Clarify that. You're not suggesting that we had differences in findings of significance at those locations, are you?
At viewpoint 13, I think you ran
13 we did. Yeah.
Yes, and at viewpoint 9, there was a difference in finding of significance, yes, but not that was a more nuanced disagreement as to whether a moderate impact was significant or not.
Yes. Yes, I said in chief, 9, 12 and 13 are the ones were.
Yes, I was just wanting to, get the distances down in terms of whether the impacts are localised or not, but viewpoint 12 is to the south-east, viewpoint 9 is to the northwest, and viewpoint 13 is to the northeast. Broadly speaking, yeah. I mean, one can see where they are on the map, but it's not just views in one direction, according to the Council, that at over 10 kilometres that are significant. And there's a dispute between the two of you on that.
I think it's fair to say that I have said I don't agree with Mr. Fitzpatrick's findings in relation to viewpoints 12 and 13, and the furthest position at which we found a significant effect was at viewpoint 11, which is about 12k. However, that's only in until such point as leg 2 is built, and then it would drop to not significant. And then we're dealing with significant effects well within 10 kilometres.
Yeah, and
in our position.
Yes, and to an extent it may come back to Strew, but if the reporter was of the view there was a significant effect at Strew, or Scottish ministers were, and in determining whether that was localised or not, he would also have regard to not just the distance, but the fact that it's the other side of effectively the other side of an NSA and a Firth in a completely different landscape type, and far, in one sense, far removed from where the turbines are located. It would be very difficult to describe that as a localised effect. But
it depends how you define localised, and this is where I have tried to set it out in some depth in my IR. It's a range of factors. It's about geographical distribution. It's about the type of landscape effects occurring in, number of people affected, I consider the effects from this development are localised, particularly when you have regard to JW2, which shows very limited areas of ZTV shading.
Yeah, well, we can agree to disagree about that. There's one. Yeah. Anyway, just to summarise on that point, the Saliki 2 shows in that location, or that instance, officers agreeing that they were localised for landscape matters but not for visual. If you then move on to your chapter 5 on Nature Scott's position, could we go to their second consultation response, which is CD 4.8. You provided a fairly detailed view of those bits you agree with and those bits you don't agree with in their response in your section 5, so we can take this a little bit quicker than the first response. They take the view that they withdraw their objection but still consider there will be a significant effect on the relevant SLQ. You agree with the first approach but not the second, for reasons you've set out at some length in your chapter 5.
Yes, I don't agree with them that it is a significant effect, but notwithstanding that, even though they do find it a significant effect on one SLQ, they acknowledge that it does not go to the integrity, and I agree with that. So our difference is on whether a moderate effect is significant or not.
And I want to look at their description rather than just their headline and terminology. So if you go to page 2, under item 3 of their 3.1, in the second paragraph, if you pick up in the third line, we would also advise that, fourth line, these effects would result from the contrast between the large-scale vertical nature of the proposed turbines and the horizontal nature of the landscape. And that language chimes with language in their first objection, doesn't it?
It does.
Their presence on the skyline, adding a further and complex layered landscape, and their prominence in views northwestward across the firth towards the distant mountains. Again, very similar to the first
Yes.
Consultation response. They then, in the next paragraph, we say that we recognise that efforts have been made to mitigate the adverse effects on this SLQ. We consider that there will be a significant effect on it. And they give reasons for that, which you disagree with. And you've set out why. The reporter can form his own view. He said, however, these effects are limited to locations entering the NSA from the south, in particular the celebrated viewpoint at Struy. That's no different from the first time at their objection. Their concerns were limited to entering the NSA from the south, in particular at Struy.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. And then they say, due to the efforts made to mitigate significant effects and the relatively limited locations, they say no impact on integrity. And that's an issue about which we disagree, but we see the Nature Scott's position. They return to the Dornoch Firth NSA in Annex 1. And which is on internal page 6. And in the 4th paragraph, they say whilst the revised array represents an improvement on the previous layout and reducing the horizontal extent of the view occupied by turbines, the wind farm would remain highly visible on the horizon of Wilder Hills, would be dominant in the broad panorama and impinge, so forth. Now, you disagree about use of the word dominant, but use of the word dominant, if a landscape professional uses the word dominant, that indicates a major effect, does it not? I mean, they're not just saying prominent, they're saying dominant.
And the reason I take issue with it is, aside from that word, much of the sentence is consistent with what they've said in the first consultation response, but in the first consultation response they use the word prominent. So they've replaced prominent with dominant, which makes no sense to me given their finding in this second response. Dominant is a harsher assessment, I would say.
Yeah, we agree. I'm grateful. I agree with you that some of their findings within this document aren't perhaps consistent with their lack of objection. But we don't have the author of the letter to ask why they've reached the views they have. We have to draw our own inferences.
It tells me, therefore, that a dominant effect can still be acceptable in terms of integrity.
That's your inference, Mr. Wells. They then go on at the bottom paragraph to say that there's been a reduction in the horizontal extent of view occupied by turbines when seen from the NSA, viewpoints 10 and 18. Now, neither Nature Scott or Highland Council were in fact concerned about the impact from viewpoint 10 on the first scheme, were they?
I will take your word for that. I can't recall the assessment for viewpoint 10, whether in the first report of handling, but
I think I took you to that earlier, but certainly Highland Council were not concerned about it.
Well, it was a not significant impact.
Yeah. So the reduction in the horizontal extent, viewpoint 18, wasn't a viewpoint in the original EIAR in any event. That was an additional wireline that's been produced since.
Yes, 18 is the Dornoch Firth Road Bridge.
Yeah, should we just have a look at that? Because frankly, that isn't going to. That's. It's not on my list, but it is. CD 117. Volume 3D wirelines, and it's the last wireline. There's no contrasting viewpoint with the original scheme in place, is there?
No.
So
this was an additional viewpoint. I think it was requested because of the ZTV shading on the bridge when we produced the AIR.
But I'm just trying to probe a little bit about their reasoning for not objecting, and one of the reasons relates to viewpoints 10 and 18, and I'm going to suggest to you that the reduction in views at those viewpoints, there's no evidence that make any significant difference.
I think we certainly saw more at viewpoint 10, more blade tips than we do now, and 18 we don't have a comparative wire.
Well, I'm not going to go back to viewpoint 10, but I would suggest to you that the blade tips, insofar as any blade tips are noticeable in the view from viewpoint 10, or any turbines are, they are the retained turbines. But then at the end of that page, the Dornoch Firth is a small NSA, and views from within it looking outwards are an important component of its enjoyment, particularly for those travelling through it. Presuming you'd agree with that.
Yes.
And whilst there remains a large number of highly visible turbines due to the prominent location of the proposal, see viewpoint 12 at Stree, on entering further into the NSC, these views tail off substantially, and locations where effects would be significant are very limited. That's exactly the same as the first, in terms of the NSA, as the original application, is it not?
So the difference between the two comes down to this substantial reduction in the horizontal extent of views.
Appreciated as from Stree.
As from Stree.
Yes, I agree. And the extent to which, I can make submissions on that. It's very helpful. Thank you. Could we then go to your chapter on siting and design, which is chapter 8. And you tell us in 8.6, the primary aim of the layout adjustments was to mitigate the impacts on a canny glen to the west and to address the visual impact on the second SLQ of the Dornoch Firth NSA. That's just setting the context. Could you then go to, with that in mind, could you go to your figure JW7, which is in your 12.2, I think it is CB 12.2. This is the comparison of the wind farm footprints. So I think we've already agreed that broadly, say in terms of the retained turbines, turbine 17 we can see as being, which in the original layout was to the west and north, has been moved to the south and east. And to that extent, turbine 17 extends further is it higher than turbine 24 alongside the summit of Meal Icane? I shall definitely have mispronounced that. That's the, in terms of the layout difference, the turbine 19 has been removed, we know, but not for landscape and visual reasons. But 17 has been effectively taken away from where it might have impacted on the Icani Glen and been added to where I'd suggest to you it might have, particularly when viewed from Stree, be much more obvious.
I don't agree that it would be much more obvious. It sits at a similar level to 24 and 38.
And one can see that in terms of the original layout, given we know where Stree lies in terms of direction, the hill that lies immediately to the south of viewpoint 11 at 283, that landmass topography there is what is responsible for limiting the views of the extent of the turbines on the original scheme from Struy viewpoint.
Yes.
Whereas we can see that the turbines to the north and east of Loch Lare are on higher ground and are not so restricted, save in respect to those turbines lying behind. In fact, there seem to be two hills called Mila Cane. The 343 Mila Cane.
Yes.
Grateful.
It's a more compact scheme than it was.
It's a more compact scheme in terms of the removal of the turbines to the south and west of Loch Lare, but the change can be described as reducing the horizontal extent or making it more compact, but it's the same change that's occurred.
I think it's resulted in a more compact wind farm,
and
that appears more rooted on those upland hills.
The other matter, and we can go to another figure if you wish, but leg 1 and 2 are going to sit behind. I'm using it as if you're looking at it from Struy viewpoint, and to the left of the current proposed wind farm. And from Struy viewpoint, you will see some blade tips of leg 2. And the impact of this proposal will be that the wind turbines from Struy will be significantly more prominent, at least, if not dominant, using Nature Scott's language, in terms of the extent to which they're exposed, but they will also extend the impact of turbines to the east when looked at from the Struy viewpoint.
Well, I mean, we can look at that. I'm looking at figure JW2, which shows the scheme relative to leg 2. And
let's just hang on, wait till we all turn up JW2.
So what the removal of 12 turbines has done is removed turbines that were 1 kilometre closer to viewpoint 12 and which extended it further to the southwest. So we're left with a more compact wind farm that is relatively well aligned with leg 2 from viewpoint 12, but I accept it's a bigger wind farm. It has a bigger footprint.
But there, I mean, just a small point. One can see the grid map on the plan. I think it's a point Mr. Fitzpatrick makes in his recognition. Leg 2 and leg 1 are significant, are further to the west than the. Well, there's a. If you look at the grid line coming down to the east of leg 2. To give you some appreciation, that a substantial proportion of the proposed wind turbines sit to the east of that line and sit on higher ground.
Yes, but we don't design and site and design wind farms using Ordnance Survey grid lines. And in this case, the turbine grouping, the cluster, relates to the underlying landform, which has more of a southwest grain to it, I would say. And I think that shows up on JW7. Those two hills of Mila Cane are on a southwest alignment, so it's more important that the wind farm relates to those than to a hypothetical OS grid, I would say.
Mr. Welsh, I wasn't suggesting you would, for a moment, you would design a wind farm by reference to an OS grid. I was just trying to use that to identify the turbines to which I was referring. But in terms of, I still reiterate the point that proposed turbines extend the wind farm, or the extent of those turbines, of turbines visible from Struy to the east, and they are on considerably higher ground than the Lairg turbines.
I would agree they're on higher ground, and I would agree they extend it to the east because it is in effect an extension to Lairg 2, so it's going to change the appearance of Lairg 2.
Thank you. If you then turn on to 822 in your report, having taken us through the design considerations, you say this: in particular, the proposed development siting and turbine layout has been designed to minimise the effects on the Acani Glen to the west and the NSA to the south by removing 12 turbines from the scheme that were closest to the valley and setting turbines back from the valley sides and away from the more conspicuous edge of the valley hills. In doing so, the proposed development has made the best use of the site topography and surrounding hill forms to help settle the proposed development into the landscape. Now, I read that out in full for this reason. If you were to just remove the words in parentheses, so and the NSA to the south, that all makes perfect sense. But in terms of the NSA to the south, what follows has had no particular impact on the NSA, i.e. that the fact that you would move turbines closest to the valley or from the valley sides is going to make no difference to the NSA, is it?
I don't agree. It's moved further away from the NSA by about 1 kilometre, and it's narrowed the field of view affected in the key view from the Struy. So it has benefited the NSA to the extent that Nature Scott has been able to remove its objection. So there's been a material change to the impact on the NSA.
Well, I think I've made my point by reference to that paragraph. We can agree to disagree about that. If we then go on to your section of the report dealing with assessment of THC's objection, and at 9.8 of the report, you refer to Nature Scott's working draft guidance for assessing effects on SLQs, CD 820. And if we could turn that up. If you could first of all turn to electronic page 2 of that document, paragraph 11, and this perhaps picks up a comment that you've made earlier. SLQs are perceptual qualities and are about the way people respond to place. So just pausing there, that we're in agreement as to that, because when I was discussing about methodology, it's as much visual impact as landscape impact. The assessment approach advocated here requires an understanding of how an area is perceived and used by people. How a place is used should not be confused with how many people use this landscape. I just wanted to put that to you because it is important, given the importance of the Struy viewpoint, which I don't think there's a disagreement about, how an area is perceived from that viewpoint will be of some particular importance. So whilst it may form a limited part of the NSA, it's an important part, is it not?
I think I've fairly recognised that it is an important viewpoint, and the experience that people gain there is of a, I think I've used the word magnificent, it's a magnificent view.
Yeah, thank you.
It's also quite a panoramic view.
Which both the reporter and I were thwarted from reminding ourselves of yesterday by the road closure, whichever way you approached it. Paragraph 18, it's looking at study areas, and it to summarise, it's making the point that the study area may well be wider than the NSA, and again, I don't think it's a point in disagreement between us that a wind farm, and certainly the originally designed wind farm, was quite capable of significantly affecting the SLQs and potentially undermining the integrity of the SLA.
The original one, yes.
Grateful. And then it's a draft document, so one's got to be careful of putting too much weight on it. But they provide some worked examples. In fact, most of the document is worked example from page 6 onward. The first one deals with the A9 dualing, which isn't perhaps quite so useful. The second one is a consideration of the Dornell wind farm, and I think it's probably looking at the impact on, well, we can see that on electronic page 11 on the Brazelglen Livet and the Ladder Hills. The only point I wanted to put to you is that if one turns to the assessment table, the assessment on electronic page 12, as all the other assessments, suggests you should carry out looking at the risk of damage or loss to the SLQ. And that risk is not usually a terminology associated with landscape and visual impact, but it does appear to be the language that Nature Scott is suggesting in this instance. Is that correct?
It is, and it doesn't provide any guidance as to how you might determine risk.
No. I agree. The document's there, but it doesn't greatly assist in that regard.
I think from reading between the lines and how it's been applied here, I would take it as a proxy for magnitude. And that's how we've dealt with it in the magnitude deals with perception. And I think it's a fair proxy to assume that what they're looking there is for the magnitude of change to the SLQ.
Well, discuss that with Ms. Cowling, but you may well be right. Certainly a broad equivalence. I don't want to ask you further about that. If you go over the page to 9:10, you are here making the point that if you just concentrate on one SLQ, you can distort the assessment. In short, but the alternative approach is that if you disaggregate too much and look at every SLQ, you can diminish the impact on the one SLQ that's important. You've got to bear both matters in mind.
Yes, and I would accept that an effect on one SLQ might be enough to compromise integrity.
I'm grateful. I think that probably followed from what you said about the first objection anyway, but I'm grateful that speeds matters along. 9:13, you were looking at SLQs and you make the point, picking up from the citation, that the NSA is all about the Firth itself. But the Sluey viewpoint is one of the better viewpoints where you get a proper appreciation of the Firth in its context, is it not?
A short distance further south on the B9176, you have another magnificent view. There's a lay-by provided where actually the interpretation board is present. So you can understand what you're looking down as you see the eastern reaches of the Dornoch Firth. I do find the visit to the Struy viewpoint is completely spoilt by the immediate receiving environment, but that's not a relevant factor in assessing impact that we are here. But it's a big disappointment. Wheelie bins and a ripped off interpretation board is particularly disappointing. But no, there's a view of the eastern part of the Dornoch Firth further south.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the only one, but it's one of the better places. And as I said, it's not the only one, because you are at height, you are looking down on the Firth, and you appreciate it in context.
It's a viewpoint that captures that extract in 913 very well. Above all, it's the Firth itself with innumerable bays, sands, flats, shallows, promontories. That's what you could appreciate from the Struy viewpoint.
Grateful. In 914 and elsewhere, you return to the topic of Migdale, which we've, as far as I'm concerned, dealt with. We know your position. Porter knows our position. I'm not going to ask you about that further. 19, that's been overtaken by events. I was going to ask you about figure JW8, but we're now agreed as to that. That's the extent to which the shading is shown on JW8. You dealt with that in evidence in chief. I said I wasn't going to return to Migdale, but just a short point on 920. Migdale's settlement is not within the NSA as such, is it? Your picture shows, I think JW10 shows the church, which is in fact outside the NSA.
It's the boundaries, the road that accesses the church.
No. (925), you set out a number of factors which you take into account in reaching your conclusion as to the extent to which SLQ2 is impacted. The first factor relates to Migdale, and we don't need to rehearse that again. Second factor relates to the distance, but distance of itself is not determinative. It is one of a number of factors that you have to take into account.
Certainly, it's one of a number of factors.
Thank you. Then the short length of the B9176 that would have actual visibility, as demonstrated in your JW5 and JW6, whereas the distance has slightly increased since the original application, the length of the B9176 that would have actual visibility will have stayed the same.
Yes.
Thank you. The small horizontal field, 9 degrees. Again, that is a factor, but if the in a panoramic view. But if the horizontal element of the wind turbine sitting above the skyline, on the skyline and above it, and sizing Glen Cleabrec in the background, the fact that they're a small element of a horizontal view doesn't of itself prevent them having a significant impact, does it?
Beg your pardon. No, of itself it doesn't, but it is a key factor in assessing the magnitude of change. And as I pointed out, Nature Scott clearly regarded as an important factor in reaching their decision not to object second time round. I think they described it as a substantial reduction.
Yes, but again, looking, won't go back to, but if we look at CD 124, which is the cumulative, I think it's the cumulative update figures, and look at viewpoint 12 and the wireline, which is figure 15C. The turbines that remain, notwithstanding the reduction in the horizontal extent, are the ones that are most significantly express the verticality of the scheme, do they not? Or don't you accept Nature Scott's comment in that regard?
The turbines that remain are the ones that are sited on the low hills that we looked at in JW7. And to me, there's a rationale for siting a wind farm in that location on those hills. I think that's where a wind farm is most rationally sited.
And there are two turbines that we can definitely see would appear to be able to see down to base of, at least two, if not more. There are two that are actually sited this side of the skyline.
This side of the hill.
And the hill is the skyline in that location.
Yeah. Now, the wind farm, wind farm sited on the skyline. And see, turbine 24 and turbine 22 are the two that are seen on this side of the hill.
And if you...
I'm looking at the wireline on 15E, and it's number 24 and number 22. Sorry, big one. Number
14.
Sorry, 14. Yeah, go down the line. 14 and 24. 14.
And if I'm just staying with that figure at the moment, would Street Viewpoint be a design viewpoint where you would look to design a scheme to reduce the extent of overlapping?
Yes.
Doesn't the introduction, for instance, of turbine 17, the relocation of turbine 17, add significant overlapping to and a harder edge to the eastern edge of the scheme?
I would accept there is a small amount of overlap there. That it is inevitable when designing a wind farm with 24 turbines in it that you get some element of overlap. I think that's less of a concern than horizontal extent.
Well,
in my view,
yeah, you seem to be far less concerned about the extent of visibility of the turbines and more concerned about the presence or absence of horizontal extent. Mm-hmm. If we go back to figure, and so we've just I'm asking about the bullet points in your 925. We've looked at horizontal field of view. We've looked at partial screening by the landform. The coincidence of visual impact with that of leg 2, I think we need to be looking at figure 15C for that.
Yes.
Leg 2 is much more recessive and much lower impact, is it not?
It is, yes, but it does make you will still see leg 2 from this viewpoint, and it makes more sense for Gavary to coincide with it as an extension to it than to extend it, I would say.
And then turning over the page, talk about the compact design and logical siting of the proposed development. I'm not going to ask you about that. But then the large simple scale of the skyline landform ensures that eye-catching scale comparisons will not arise. Why won't they arise with the hills that lie behind them, in particular Ben Cleaver?
It's at a considerable distance. You're more likely, I believe, to draw scale comparisons from features you can see in the foreground of that wind farm than those hills 20 to 30 kilometres away.
So I'd suggest to you that really what you've done is overestimate the significance of the impact of horizontal extent and underestimated the impact of the extent to which the remaining turbines are the ones that will be the most significant eye-catching elements from the Struy viewpoint.
I don't agree with you.
That may well be a good moment to pause, just to cheer everyone up. I've only got probably about another 20 minutes, or maybe half an hour, give myself some leeway of cross-examination left.
And what is your preference? Are you suggesting we break now for lunch?
Well, I'd have thought perhaps everybody does need a break of hearing me
Mr. Chunick.
and Mr. Welsh talk.
Yeah, everyone's content to break for lunch now. Okay, a party's content to come back at 2. Do you want a shorter lunch and come back at 1:45? What would you like?
We're happy to come back at 1:45.
1:45. Okay, so it's 1:01 now by my clock. We'll come back at 1:45, please. Thank you.
Hopefully,
Sorry.
I think you're about to receive something in respect to the noise agreement.
Yes, so we discussed first thing this morning. Right, I'll keep an eye on my emails and I'll look out for that. Thank you. Okay, I'll see everybody at 1:45. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. That's just gone 1:45. So if we can make a start again. Just to let both parties know, I've now received the email regarding your agreement in conditions. It's only just come in, so I haven't had a chance to read it over lunch. My hope is very much to then read it tonight, so I can, all being well, come back to you tomorrow morning, because I suspect you may have to contact people to tell them to travel or not travel.
Yes, that's fine. Mr. Our expert has to decide. He's got a 6:30 train tomorrow morning, or he doesn't come.
Okay.
Not putting any pressure on you.
No. I think what I'll do. We've got a programmed break this afternoon. Where are we now? Probably I'll look to take that just after 3 o'clock. What I might try and do is make that about 15 minutes, and I'll have a read through the material so I can get back to you. Because yes, I don't want that person to either have to travel for no reason. I did have a quick scan through, and I noticed that there was also an attachment which. A second attachment related to, I think you had described condition regarding micro-siting, and it had got the changes that you talked about in that. Further down in the document, there was Table 1 and Table 2, which covered noise, and I think there was some revisions to the noise numbers that had been populated that table. My understanding of both parties is that what is not crossed out is your joint agreed position. Would I have interpreted that correctly?
That's correct.
Good, thank you.
Very well, that's fine. In my 15-minute slot then this afternoon, I will read through that as best I can and have a look, and then I can advise you afterwards. Okay. Anything else before we start? No, lovely. Okay, Mr. Finlay, you were partway through your cross-examination, so whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, so in section 9 of your report, Mr. Welsh, we come to your section dealing with context open findings, and you take us to Strathrory Wind Farm, which is CD 1127, and this is, I confused that this morning with the Salaki 2. This is where there are two Strathrory decisions, but it's the first one. And the reporter deals with the NSA paragraph 28 onwards. And he identifies in paragraph 28 that only one of the 7 qualities directly relates to the proposal, that is, quality relating to a backdrop of wider hills and moors. And he is looking at, as he says at the end of that, that whilst the backdrop is not within the NSA, it's clear from his site visits that the backdrop of hills to the south do contribute to the scenic quality of the NSA, the most obvious to me whilst driving the A9 southward across the Firth and when moving around the Dornoch area. So he's looking at in effectively a different direction than we are. He says at paragraph 29 that he finds they be viewed beyond the initial enclosing landscape, viewed at a distance of 10 kilometres or so, that the horizontal impact would be limited. And then he says this: the enclosing hills, in my view, would also remain significantly dominant over the scale of the proposed turbines in this view. That wouldn't be the case from the Struy viewpoint looking towards this proposal, would it? Yes, so middle of paragraph 29, in fact there are 2 sentences I should put to you. The enclosing hills, in my view, would also remain significantly dominant over the scale of the proposed turbines in this view, and then slightly further on, I consider that the turbines would appear as relatively minor visual elements in the landscape.
I would accept that looking south, the hills in the vicinity of Ben Tarson, for example, are, I would say, of a bigger scale than they are on the application site. But of course, we shouldn't lose sight of, when we look at that panorama from viewpoint 12, there are bigger hills to the north as well. And I certainly do not consider that I very much agree with his assessment that the turbines would appear as relatively minor visual elements in what is a panoramic landscape.
And he notes in paragraph 30 that the Council didn't refuse the proposal because of the impacts on the NSA. Yep. And then you were using extracts from his report in your 934 to contrast the view from the Struy Road. But the reporter hasn't had the opportunity of going along the Struy Road yet. But in terms of that, the part of the Struy Road that would be affected by the Strathrory wind farm isn't at the Struy viewpoint, for instance, is it?
No, it's to the south of Ben Tarson.
Was Strathrory another of your proposals? No.
But it is very close to what is a tourist route, and it will be very highly visible
I think he's recorded a high magnitude of change or substantial visual effects for 2 kilometres. And I don't believe that, I mean, I've referred to that to show what was found to be acceptable in that case. We're not affecting the Struy route for either that length or to that magnitude, I would say.
Council's primary concern is not the Struy route is a route of some significant length, is it not, overall?
I cannot recall the precise length, and it's not that. It's, you know, it cuts off the corner and allows you to go over the top, but it is a tourist route. So his findings on Strathrory, I think, are quite informative.
Well, I suggest it's an unfair comparison, and as the point in paragraph 48, which you note and quote, is that they're going to be additional to the existing pylons and turbines of Ben Tarson. And presumably Ben Tarson at that location is much more apparent, readily apparent, than leg 2 would be from viewpoint 12.
Yes, accept that.
If it would help the reporter, you can just see the location of Strathrory on JW1. It's partly cut off, but it's sitting on the 20-kilometre radius line south of Ben Tarson.
JW1 was that?
On JW1, yes.
And you said to me, sorry, you on the
So if you look,
20 km?
it's on the 20k due south from Gavary at the bottom of the page. So it's partly truncated, but just to get an impression of where it is located. And that's the Struy Road to the right of it.
I see. So a part of there appears to be, is that a purple boundary line, and the northern part of the boundary line for the Strathrory scheme appears to crest, if you like, the dotted red line. Is that what you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I see that. Okay.
Yeah, but just, I don't know, how many turbines are there at Strathrory? In fact, 7 at 150 metres, and we can see 2 of them located, and we're considering 25 in this instance.
Rather than 2 kilometres.
Yeah, and those 25 will be at 30 metres taller.
Yes.
We then come to your matter 2, still in section 9 of your evidence, and you refer in 949 to another draft note. This is on legislative and policy frameworks for national parks and national scenic areas, which is CD 7.8, and if we could turn to that. I don't think there's a great deal between us. If you go to paragraph 10 and page 2 or 4, the bottom of the page, it gives a definition of overall integrity and refers to the Catholic reporter, and you've reproduced that part in your evidence.
Yes.
What I wanted to do is just look at paragraph 11 in a little bit more detail. Application of the first limb of the test requires informed and reasoned judgment. A significant effect on the special landscape quality or qualities does not inevitably compromise the designation's objectives and or integrity, and I think we can agree as to that. Neither is any such compromise dependent upon the extensive area or large number of special landscape qualities being significantly affected, and I think you've already agreed this morning that a significant effect on one special landscape quality can, but not necessarily will, compromise the integrity of an area.
Yes.
Compromise requires consideration of the nature of the locations affected, the nature of their qualities, and including their extent, number and location and contribution to the wider designation. That's more or less speaks for itself. Compromise is likely where significant effects result in an evident and noticeable material change to any of the designation's special landscape qualities. So what one is looking for is an evident and noticeable material change.
Yes.
And when you're looking from the Struy viewpoint over that part of the Dornoch Firth that is in front of you, don't you think that the 25 wind turbines, at least probably think 22 or 3 of them will be very evident, and some of them from base will be a very evident and noticeable material change?
Yes, I would accept that that the wind farm will be evident, and it will be a noticeable. I mean, we've accorded it a moderate level of effect, which I would say is certainly a noticeable one, but we've not attributed it a significant effect. And one would assume that NatureScot has had regard to its own guidance when reaching its considered position on the matter as well.
Just coming back, and just for the reporter's note, looking at your, I'm going to put the definitions from levels of magnitude of change in paragraph 714 of TA 4.1. And I'll read it out so people don't need to turn it up necessarily. There's a high magnitude of change where the proposed development results in a major alteration to the baseline view, providing a prevailing inference or introducing elements that are substantially uncharacteristic in the view. Notwithstanding it's only a 9-degree horizontal extent, when one is looking over the NSA towards the wind farm, isn't the proposed development going to provide a conflicting focus of interest? It will be tantamount to a prevailing influence and will be substantially uncharacteristic in that view.
Working backwards, it won't be uncharacteristic in that view because you can already see operational wind farms in that view, and you will see leg 2 of its built. I don't agree that it would be a prevailing influence which would align with a significant effect. I think, and I've put this into my inquiry report, it's a real danger of looking at visualizations on laptops or in hard copy. They don't capture the depth and scale of experience that you get at the viewpoint with the visualizations. And in that context, I don't think that wind farm would be a prevailing influence. I think the Dornoch Firth would continue to provide the prevailing influence.
Well, grateful. We can agree at least this, that resolution of that dispute and the other disputes as to the significance or otherwise of impacts at viewpoints 9 and 13 and cumulative impacts at 4 or 5 other viewpoints are best judged on site with the relevant visualizations.
Absolutely, and with the appropriate methodology in mind.
Thank you. Well, that minor measure of agreement at the end of our cross-examination, Mr. Welsh. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ms. Finlay.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. I say a couple, it's a few more than a couple. Some of them may be going over previous ground. You might well have just answered this in your last remarks, because I think you made some reference to it. Leg 2, I think you've treated that as being a proposal that is not yet under construction in the updated cumulative landscape and visual impact assessment. There was a point of one of the council's report of handling paragraphs that appeared to refer to it as being under construction. And I just wondered what your take on that was.
We are not aware that construction has commenced, and it's probably a point we would ask the council in cross-examination to clarify. There is no evidence on the portal of the notice of start to start of construction works, which I understand would normally be posted if works had started. So in the updated cumulative, we considered it as part of the predicted baseline as a consented but not implemented project.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps that's something that I'll get returned to. At the cumulative landscape and visual impact assessment update, table 2, just locate my copy. I'm sorry, after I've made you get up to fetch it and looked for my own, it's actually quite a minor point. In the title, it says updated cumulative wind farms with 30 kilometres. I'm just checking whether I should say within 30. That's fine. Okay. And I've dealt with the point about leg 2 already. In the Struy Action Group's objection to the original proposal, it described its belief that micrositing of the proposed turbines would materially change what is proposed. Now, I appreciate that was for the original proposal, but it could stand to reason that the same criticism could be levelled at micrositing for any size of wind farm, including the proposal officers before me. So I'm interested whether you agree with the Struy Action Group's view on materiality and whether, as part of your answer, there is any assessment or any part of the assessment where it states that micrositing has been taken into account as part of the assessment. Is that something that forms part of the considerations?
No, it's not something that we normally take into consideration when carrying out landscape and visual, although I would say the Struy Action Group's concern might have been more valid with the original development because that some of the turbines were closer to the edge of a canny glen, and therefore if you'd microsited them 50 metres further west, they might have intruded further into the glen. In my opinion, if you moved any of the current 24 turbines by a measure of 50 metres, it would not change any of our assessments of magnitude or significance. That is, unless you somehow created a very obvious gap through the middle of the wind farm or something like that, but which would be normally a micrositing allowance of 50 or 100 metres won't make a huge difference to the findings.
If I say that in this case, Council agrees with the answer just given.
Sorry, could you say?
We agree with the answer just given, if that's of assistance to you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. So obviously, you've been discussing the points of difference between yourselves. The council and applicant appeared to take different views on whether visual and cumulative effects would be significant. And in some instances, the level of significance from viewpoints, and I realise you've talked already about some of those details. The Council report of handling puts this down to professional judgment, which I realise you've covered on. But in its cumulative visual analysis, the Council observes stacking and densification, the wind turbines in some of the views of the proposal with consented leg 2. Now, excuse me, I realise you did touch with Mr Finlay on those aspects of the proposal and your views on them. But I'd just like to clarify then, are the Council's observations incorrect, or has it considered matters that should not form part of cumulative or in combination effect? And if I follow that through, should I therefore dismiss those in your view, or alternatively, have you missed something and do you think I should get to the same place you are, or do you think I should get to the same place they are by taking account of that?
I am confident, sir, that the assessment, the cumulative assessment we have carried out follows the methodology in Technical Appendix 4.1, and I specifically went to that in chief today to clarify how we assess cumulative effects, and I'm not completely convinced that the Council have followed that methodology in the same way. There are two schools of thought when it comes to cumulative assessment. You can assess the additional effects that the proposed development brings to different scenarios of baseline wind farms. Or some people will say you need to assess the whole combined effect of all the wind farms. In following GLVIA and Nature Scott's cumulative guidance, which we can give you the CD for, I'm quite happy that the approach that we've taken follows that best practice guidance. But there is a school of thought that says you should only consider, or you should consider, the combined effects.
And is that your view of the difference between your view and that of the Council?
May explain some of the differences in findings.
I see. Okay.
Because clearly you'd reach a different conclusion if you took that approach.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And I think there was a second element in the Council's report of handling. I think it was paragraph 10.97. Which appeared to describe how the assessment does not consider combined landscape character for what I took to be saying multiple LCTs, landscape character types. And I'm happy for you to tell me that I've misread that in your view. I just wanted to check with you whether you thought that was correct. And secondly, would such an endeavour be a visual assessment, or has the assessment omitted to consider the proposal's effects on multiple landscape character types together at the same time?
In the AIR assessment, we have, I would say, taken the normally practiced approach to assess the effects on individual landscape character types or units of types. So sometimes where you have a very broad landscape character type, you'll break it down into units. We have not assessed an amalgamation of landscape character units, and I would say that was unorthodox in terms of landscape and visual impact assessment.
Thank you for that. You had discussed, I think, this morning at length elements of Migdale and Loch Migdale. In the absence of any viewpoint analysis besides your recent photograph from that part of the world and on higher ground surrounding Loch Migdale, is it reasonable for me to use the visualisations at VP10 and VP12 to inform my considerations of views that might be available from those locations within the NSA?
Yes, I think those two viewpoints have been agreed with Nature Scott and the Council. None of us have come up with a better viewpoints to represent the NSA, and I think the Stree is clearly the right one to use because of its importance and profile as a viewpoint. Viewpoint 10 is not particularly helpful, I would say, because it just shows blade tips, but it was to try and capture what the effect is down at water level within the NSA. And we've run wire lines looking along the road towards Bonner Bridge, and you get nothing more material than you see in viewpoint 10. So I think I don't think there are other viewpoints that have been missed, if you like.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had. Mr. Trinick, over to you.
Thanks, sir. By the way, I'm going to ask if the heating can be turned off for the moment. I am boiling.
Turn half of it off. Which half are you going to turn off? Yes. It has got mild. Half on, half. Yes, I'm not sure it'll do whose half it would do, but yes, I think David will do that for us. Over to you.
Just a couple of points. At the very beginning of cross-examination, Mr. Finlay used a phrase in a question to you that the NSA tipped the Highland Council into objecting. Do you remember that? And you came back on that point, but what I want to ask you is, quite simply, from what you have read in the evidence and the report of handling, would you express Highland Council's position as having been tipped into an objection by the NSA?
No. Their objection was based roundly on their assessment of the effects on the NSA. It wasn't that was the final item in a string of borderline landscape and visual effects that they considered were approaching unacceptable.
Thank you. You discussed with Mr. Finlay your review of the EIAR scheme. It left me with something you need to clarify, which is this. Was it the NSA or was it Viewpoint 12 or was it a combination of both that led you to the view that the scheme needed to be revised?
It was consideration of a range of factors, including a Canny Glen and including the NSA. And Viewpoint 12, as I've just said to the reporter, is the most informative viewpoint to consider that effect in the NSA.
Thank you. Strathrory, CD 1127, I may not need to go back to it, and you've shown us where it is on JW1, that's good. When in paragraph 28 the reporter, Mr. Bray, was describing approaching from the north, obviously therefore he's coming from the north, funnily enough, but so the background hills which he describes in that paragraph would have been the Bentazon Hills, is that right?
Yes.
And in paragraph 29, and perhaps we do need to turn to it so my question is clear. In paragraph 29, the enclosing hills, in my view, would also remain significantly dominant over the scale of the proposed turbines in this view. I think that's driving southwards, as he's described. What are the enclosing hills in that paragraph?
Travelling south, it would be the hills that Ben Tarson is on to the west of the road.
Okay, thanks very much. And finally, and asking a point of re-examination rather bravely in response to a question asked by the reporter, but it's only a matter of clarity. The question of micrositing, I can lead, if you don't mind, paragraph 443 of the EIAR states in the project description that micrositing of plus or minus 50 metres has been allowed for, but that's in the project description. Can you confirm the position with regard to the LVIA, or the AIR rather?
The AIR is informed by the wirelines, and the assessment is based on that. My assessment is that a 50-metre variation would not alter the findings of the assessment.
Yeah, that's your answer today, but was that answer given in the AIR?
I'm not certain.
Okay. I can't lead beyond that because I don't know. I'd love to lead. Perhaps you come back to the reporter on that once you've had a chance to look.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. That's the re-examination.
Very well. I don't think there's anything else. You can step down. Okay, we're getting, that's 20 past 2. I think we're probably a little early to take a break, or would you prefer to take a break, or what it
might be a good idea to have a 15-minute break now to allow Ms. Cowling to set up, which will take 5 or 10 minutes, but also you to put Mr. Trinick's witness out of his misery, one way or the other.
Yes, I've got some reading to do as well. Are you content with that, Mr. Trinick? Yep. Okay. Very well. We'll take a 15-minute break now, so that'll give me time to do some reading. So we'll come back at 14:35, please. Okay, everybody, welcome back. First of all, I said I would be doing some reading during the break, which I have now done. I'm content that I've got enough information here. I think my questions are answered. So I think if there was anything to crop up at a later point, I can probably write to parties. So I suspect you can contact your witness and avoid them getting on an early start.
I'm very grateful. That's very good news. Thank you very much. Very good news. Just one point from Mr. Welch's evidence, that we can confirm there was nothing in the landscape chapter of the EIAR or the AIR which dealt with micrositing specifically. We just have that reference in the project description to which I drew attention. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Did you want to say anything? Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you for that. So we now move on to the Council's first witness. So, Mr. Finlay, it's you.
Thank you, sir. Call Anne Cowling. You're a landscape officer in the strategic projects team at Highland Council. And you set out in your report in paragraph 1.1 in the appendix your qualifications and a brief CV.
That's correct.
And as may have already been apparent, you are regularly involved dealing with wind farms and the landscape and NSA implication of wind farms.
That's correct.
And I think you can confirm you're involved in Saliki too, and that was one of the proposals at which you didn't raise an objection.
Again, correct.
I had a number of questions. I'm not going to ask you to read your precognition. We'll take that as read and your report. a couple of small points to begin with. You heard Mr. Welsh respond to your point about the shading on JW8. Are you content with his response?
I am, yes.
Thank you. And secondly, you heard me this morning indicate, and I think it's perhaps easiest to do by going to CD 43, that your reference in your, which is your consultation response, your reference in the last page of that, when considering criteria 5 of the Council's supplementary guidelines, where you included the A836 as having a significant impact, was in error.
Yes.
Thank you. Then I want to come back to the, if you like, the main issue before the inquiry, and it's the impact on the NSA, and I want to look at it from the contrast between the original scheme and the later scheme that's now before us. We have looked at the visualizations already, but just to remind people, the original scheme is in CD 1.5, Volume 3B of the original EIAR, and we looked at, with Mr. Welsh this morning, both viewpoint 10 and viewpoint 12. There's no dispute about viewpoint 10, but viewpoint 12, one can see the full extent on the visualizations of the originally proposed wind farm.
Yeah.
Now, we've looked at a number of places to contrast that with the current proposal, but one, just so the reporter has a note of it for when he goes out on site. I closed it down now. Is to have regard to the AIR CD 1.17, Volume 3C, which contains the Highland Council visualizations. And if one goes to viewpoint 12, that's in figures 4.45A onwards. And just to, so whether the report has done that wind farm inquiry in Highland before, but the Highland Council has developed its own visualisation standards slightly before Nature Scott, or as it was then, SNH, did so.
Yes.
And there are a number of visualizations produced, and the last visualization on viewpoint 12 has a focal length of 75 millimeters. And is that specifically designed to be used on site to give as accurate impression as possible of the impact of the scale of the turbines?
That's correct. That's the reason for having that one in, that you can hold that up on site and you can have that visualization. You can tell for yourself whether you've got it lined up with the landscape, so that you get a very as close to realistic as you're going to get standing on site with a photograph, but you can get the scale in your mind's eye more readily with the 75 millimeters.
One of the other benefits of the Highland Council visualisations is that on a windy day they're easier to keep hold of than the SNH ones.
Very much so.
But one of the criticisms, if one was to view that simply on a desktop, is that it doesn't give you as much of the context as a broader frame of view would give.
That does get said. My primary use of them is on site and using the wider panoramic images, more of an aide memoir of the wider context when working through a desktop, and often using the two in combination so that when you've been out on site with the Highland Council standard visuals, that you've used them, you've understood the development on site from those, and then you have both as reference back in the office so that you can be reminded of the wider context as well as the more focused view in the direction of the development.
Now, 3 issues with the contrast between the two in mind. We heard, or you would have heard Mr. Welsh this morning, place a great deal of emphasis on the restriction in the horizontal extent of the proposal as amended, as opposed by contrast with the original proposal. And in his view, that justifies downgrading the impact to a non-significant one, and certainly not affecting the integrity of the NSA. First of all, do you have regard to the horizontal extent? And if you do, why does the reduction in it not lead you to the same conclusion?
I do have regard to it, and clearly the revised scheme is not as extensive as the original. But, and I do take Mr. Welsh's point that it's not the only thing he considers, and nor is it the only thing I consider, but it's all part of the balance. I just get concerned when we get descriptions of the number of degrees and the percentage of the horizon, because that can lead to a downplaying of the importance of where in the view and where on the horizon that visibility occurs. And I think that in this instance there is a great difference between the 9 degrees, 3%, whether that would be all the way around to your right, all the way around to your left, or more directly across the Firth as it is in this instance. So it is of significance, and we have welcomed the reduction in the horizontal spread of turbines, more particularly in other views. But taken together with the location within the sweep of the view and where people's focus might be, it's not as significant as it might be for some other developments in some other places.
Second part of this been suggested by Mr. Welsh that your...
Do you mind putting your mic on? Sorry.
My apologies. It's been suggested by Mr. Welsh that you've automatically concluded that because there's been an impact, a significant impact on an SLQ, there will necessarily be an undermining or a compromising of the integrity. Is that your view?
That's not been my view. My view in this instance has been based on the significance I perceive of the entry into the NSA, the significance of that gateway location, and the broad panorama, all of which is well rehearsed, and that it is a very specific location from which the special quality is perceived, and that the significance of the location bears a weight which affects my judgment on how much of an effect and whether it's affecting the integrity of the NSA. It's not at all that it's automatic, but that it's a degree of the severity of the risk of the effect on the SQL. I can never get those.
And the third issue that I wanted to cover you with was the extent to which the effect might be on the NSA might be considered to be localised. And I think we saw an example in Saliki too, where when we looked at the officer's report, where I think mirroring your observations, the impact there on the NSA was considered to be localised. Now, I don't want to ask further about that. Mr. Trinick can if he wants. But again, thinking about viewpoint 12 and the impacts in the NSA, is it your view that they're localised impacts or not? Would that be an appropriate description?
I wouldn't regard them myself as localised. They're not primary. The effect we're concerned with from viewpoint 12 is not within the locality of the development itself. And whilst it is an effect that's experienced over a limited area, and this is one of the points of contention, is how significant it can be if it's of a limited area, but that because this is a viewpoint within the NSA, looking out across the NSA, that's quite a different sort of situation than the Salahi, where whilst the viewpoint was within the NSA, primarily the views not towards the NSA, and the primary views towards the NSA would not be in the same directions. Whereas in this instance, it's a view that takes in the sweep and the from one side to the other of the NSA. It's a very encompassing view, and that carries its own significance.
Thank you. And perhaps finally I should put this to you. It will no doubt be suggested in a number of ways and on a number of occasions by Mr. Trinick that your view differs from that of Nature Scott, which it clearly does, in terms of not the significance of the impact, but your build-up as to why it's a significant impact on the SLQ and the effect on integrity. First of all, have you had regard to Nature Scott's position?
I have been familiar with Nature Scott's position. There is a lot I agree with in their roads to their position. At the end, I'm not convinced by the arguments they put forward for stepping back from an effect on integrity due to the reduction in the spread of the development, because I didn't find that the effect was so significantly reduced. So I could fully follow their original reasoning, and indeed much of what they say in their second response and their reference to backdrop to Migdale and referencing Migdale from this viewpoint for the special quality. But clearly we don't agree in that they don't go so far as to maintain an objection at that point. Whereas my judgment is that that's still worth it still reaches that level.
Thank you. No doubt Mr. Trinick will have some questions for you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trinick, over to you.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Cowley.
Good afternoon.
I think you've been notified of the documents which you're likely to require for this exercise. Thank you. I want to first...
I don't have them all open because my laptop memory freaks out if I have too many PDFs open at once. So you give me a moment when you call me to them.
Yes, of course. No, I understand that. In paragraph 2.1 of your inquiry report, you tell us why you couldn't recommend approval of the application because of effects on the second landscape, special landscape quality of the NSA and the integrity of NSA, and on the adverse effects on the sense of place as experienced at VP12. And paragraph 5.2 of your precognition, which don't go to, I'll just read it out, it's okay. Sorry, 5.2 of your inquiry report, which you have got. You talk again about significant adverse effects on the NSA. If we look at the report of handling, we needn't go there, but you know what the reason for objection says. We've rehearsed it lots of times. Your sole concern, therefore, relates to impacts on the NSA. Is that right?
That's what I've addressed in my report, yes.
And you believe that the sole concern of the reason for objection relates to the NSA?
I don't have, sorry, nerves. My concerns with it were on the effects on the NSA.
All right, I'll take that. Mr. William is right. I am going to just approach the question of Nature Scott. You say you're familiar with a lot of what Nature Scott, familiar with and agree with a lot of what Nature Scott says, but in the final analysis you don't agree with their conclusion on the question of integrity. If we go to Mr. Fitzpatrick's inquiry report at paragraph 2.2, to be fair to you, I'll read out what he says, otherwise you're going to have to go scrabbling for a document for a brief reference. In support of the reason for objection, the Highland Council would advance landscape evidence from our landscape officer, primarily based upon concerns as to the landscape as set out in the report of handling, etc., NSA, including the concerns of Nature Scott, as set out in their response to the application, as well as the integrity of designation, etc. The difficulty is that you don't address the position of Nature Scott at all in your inquiry report, do you?
If I've not included it, I've not included it.
Well, you haven't, and if I'm wrong, Mr. Finley will come back and re-examination.
Yeah.
We go to your consultation response, which is CD43.
Yes.
And have you got that hard copy?
Yes.
Excellent. You don't deal with Nature Scott's position there at all, do you?
No, it's not my habit to refer to other consultation responses during my internal consultation response.
Now, it's fair to say that Highland public inquiries for wind farm development to which Nature Scott objects or which it has problems, Highland Council, through Mr. Finley and through its own evidence, frequently makes reference to the position of Nature Scott and puts Nature Scott's position to the applicant's witnesses. That's so, isn't it? Is your experience?
I would not claim a clear recollection of what questions Mr. Finlay has put to people in the past. I'm usually in a state of some emotional turmoil and it doesn't write to long-term memory.
All right. But it's fair to say the Nature Scott response is important, since it's the government statutory advisor on national designations such as the NSA.
Yes.
And you could not in this case say that Nature Scott had its eye off the ball because it did object to the first scheme for development, didn't it?
Yes.
And if we go to Nature Scott's response, which is CD 48, and you might get that out.
Their 2023 response?
Yes, that's right, CD 48, the 10 March 23 response.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've got the wrong one. It's CD 216, the first response out of 15 June 21. Right. Apologies for that.
Right, you give me a moment then. I don't have a hard copy of that one.
CD 216, second page.
Yes.
And the paragraph B, third paragraph at the end. While these effects are limited in their extent to the area around and including the Struy viewpoint, this is a popular accessible location, etc., we do not consider these effects are easily mitigated through the micrositing or removal of, in brackets, limited turbines. You see that?
Yes.
So clearly, Nature Scott was taking this pretty seriously. It looked at the first scheme carefully, and we can assume, tell me you think I'm wrong, that it looked at the second scheme carefully and it withdrew its objection despite what it said in its first response, which I've just rehearsed to you.
Yes.
Did you not think that you need to explain to the reporter why you disagree with Nature Scott by reference to its response so as to give him proper information?
I have included what I thought was helpful when I wrote my reports.
I mean, in your evidence. Did you not think that you needed to explain to the reporter at this inquiry why you disagree with Nature Scott by reference to its response, given its importance as government statutory advisor on national designations?
I clearly understand that their response is important. Their response is not my response. I was seeking to explain my position.
All events, you haven't engaged with it. You simply asked some questions in oral evidence in chief. Do you agree with it or don't you? I agree with it in parts. I don't agree with the final conclusion. That, for the reporter's note, is all we have from the Council's landscape officer on the position of Nature Scott. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. You go to your inquiry report at paragraph 4.3. Sorry, 3.4. You say, my advice to the case officer arises from my opinion that the applicants have failed to adequately address the sensitivity to change of the MSA, particularly with regard to the second SLQ. And then you quoted, I do not concur with the AIR that this SLQ is at low, medium risk or damage or loss. Now, would you go please to CD 114, which is the AIR? At page 445, it's internal page. Paragraph 4. Sorry, my apologies.
Sorry.
Going too fast.
There are a few
between pairs of glasses.
There are a few copies of that. Is this the chapter on landscape and visual, Mr. Trinick, that you're wanting us to?
I'm so sorry. This is the text. This is the CD 114. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Chapter 4.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Right, I have that.
Chapter 4, page 445. And paragraph 4.5, 128. Let me know when you're there.
I will do.
Okay, fine.
I think we're on electronic page 45, if you're
Yeah,
on a
that's
computer.
probably the quicker way to
Yeah.
get there.
So I do normally try and match electronic pages with actual, but I failed on this occasion.
That's
Mea
right.
culpa.
Right, so the paragraph number again.
4.5.128.
Yes.
Do we dare see that opens say that the combination of high susceptibility of change of the NSA and its high value results in a high sensitivity for the Dornoch Firth NSA?
Yes.
And if we go to page, I think it'll be electronic page 48. Let's try that and see if it works. You've got table 4.6.
Yes.
And we can see in the right column for that SLQ a finding of low to medium risk of damage using the Nature Scott expression, aka magnitude, low, medium magnitude. Do you see that?
Not yet, sorry. I'm in
Okay.
the table, I'm in the risk of damage loss column. Oh, at the head of that column?
If you look at the SLQ, inhabited surrounds, etc.,
Yes.
and you can see the right column,
Yes.
low, medium.
Yes.
So I think my point be, to cut a long story short, that in your paragraph 3.4 in your inquiry report, you're somewhat confusing what Open say about sensitivity and magnitude, aren't you?
If you can just give me a moment to consider. But clearly there is some confusion there.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear that. And just try and cut it short.
Yeah.
I think what I'm saying is that when you say they failed to adequately assess sensitivity, actually Open have recorded sensitivity of high, haven't they?
I have to confess I'm confused about what. Right. I do beg your pardon. Can you just take me through the point again?
Yes, of course. No problems. In paragraph 3.4 of your inquiry report,
Yes.
you say my advice to the case officer arises from my opinion the applicants have failed to adequate the sensitivity to change of the NSA with particular regard to the second SLQ. I've taken you to the AIR, to a paragraph which makes it clear that Open give high sensitivity to the NSA. It couldn't be higher on their methodology, so put it rather more bluntly, you're wrong, aren't you?
It would appear that's the case.
Does the point go further? I mean, it may just be a mistake in your inquiry report, in which case, fair enough, and we'll move on. But did your advice to the case officer actually arise from your opinion that we'd accorded lesser than adequate sensitivity to the NSA?
It may be that I have not drawn distinction between the level of impact and level of sensitivity. I cannot marshal my thoughts.
To be fair to you,
to
Ms. Cowling, to be fair to you, I'm not going to take this point too far. I think that probably you didn't when it came to the actual advice you gave. It's simply a mistake on your inquiry report. So I'm prepared to accept that. I'm not going to push the point further because actually it's clear on the basis of your consultation response that I'd be unfair to push the point further. I'll leave it there.
Right, thank you.
If you go to paragraph 3.1 of your inquiry report. Halfway down that paragraph, we're having talked about the Dornoth NSA as being the most easterly one north of the Great Glen, traversed by various transport routes of one type or another. You say this location makes the NSA one of the most accessible national scenic designations in the Highland Council area, in contrast to the wild and mountain NSAs, the West Highlands and the remote north coast. I'm not sure I see any statement from Nature Scott in their consultation response. In fact, I'm telling you there isn't, but do check if you want to, about the importance of accessibility to this NSA in terms of their analysis of impact or sensitivity.
I don't dispute.
Sorry?
I don't dispute. I wasn't seeking to cite them. That was my view.
All right, that's fine. If we go to if we have to, we could go there, but we may not do. So I'll put the question and see if we do. If we went to the SLQs for this NSA in the Special Qualities of NSA document, the Nature Scott document, I don't believe you'd find any mention in those SLQs of a special accessibility.
No.
Indeed, in fact, I wonder, perhaps you turn up CD 818. I won't belabor this point, I'll just deal with one other NSA. If you go to page 137 of that document. Sorry, I'm
not there yet, sorry.
Too fast, my fault.
818.
818.
Yes.
And if you go to the page after 136, it's not numbered, but it's page 137. I have no idea what the electronic page number is, but it won't be the one I've just mentioned. Internal page 137.
I think it's 143 electronically.
143. It's a map.
Yeah.
Oh, the map. Oh, sorry, that's the one. 142, I believe.
142.
Are we looking at a map of a coastal area?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're looking here at the Ascent Koigak NSA, and my suggestion is that, I mean, that's a remarkably accessible NSA. You've got roads traversing it. I'm just wondering if Dornoch Firth is especially accessible. It's accessible.
I would regard it as being much more accessible in terms of what one might have to do beyond being on main transport routes to appreciate the special qualities as they're described. Much of the special qualities for the Koigak are about the limited intrusion of roads. Let me scroll down to them. But there's the landscape of the significant tracts of wild land and yes, still in quiet landscape with settlements only nestled in a wider landscape of mountain peaks, etc. And my perception of that is that there are aspects of that NSA that you can experience by driving through them, but there are vast aspects to it that you would not get from doing that. Whereas with the Dornoch Firth one, I feel you can experience most of the elements that are set out in the special qualities very readily from public transport corridors, and it doesn't require the adventurousness and the ability to get out in the hills, so that it's quite a different experience that's being drawn out from the special qualities in my interpretation of reading these two NSA.
Okay, I understand your point. Maybe I have misunderstood it, but your point is that the special qualities can be appreciated in this case from the public transport system, from roads, as opposed to having to get your boots on and hike out into somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, we've misunderstood your point slightly. Nevertheless, thank you for your answers. If you go to your inquiry report at paragraph 3.3,
Yes.
the lack of other national landscape or scenic designations in this area, in contrast with the extensive complex of NSA designations in the remote west, draw focus to the capital R regional importance of the NSA as a highlight of the eastern seaboard. This regional uniqueness may be regarded as adding to the sensitivity of the NSA in its setting to the type of development proposed due to its rarity, etc. As a consequence, a strong sense of place is experienced. I noticed the higher case for regional there. Why do you use, well, what is the source for this accolade for this NSA?
I had the intent I had in using a capital R. I don't know that I considered it as deeply as perhaps now I wish I had. I'm coming at this as the Highland Council's landscape officer. Nature Scott come at it as the protectors of the national level designations. So I'm looking at the wider matrix of the landscape and our SLA suite of designations. And so coming from that perspective, perhaps being focused on the wider Highland landscape and then narrowing in on the NSAs, that may give me a slightly different perspective in representing the Highland Council rather than the government. That within our Highland landscape, in this region of Highland on the eastern seaboard, this is absolutely what a national designation does. It is standout landscape. And that it's not cheek by jowl with other national scenic areas, as is often the case when you're over on the west coast. It is this set piece landscape around the Firth, and that I don't say it gives it more than the value that the wilder cheek by jowl with other NSAs on the west coast has, but that it has a particular aspect to its importance that is emphasised by the fact that there are not other national level landscape designations in proximity to it. It makes it more of a unique experience as you're travelling through the landscape of the Eastern Highlands.
All right. So my answer to my first question is the capital letter is yours and nobody else's.
Yes.
Right. Okay, we got there. Have you seen any advice from Nature Scott about elevating the sensitivity of one NSA in relation to another when assessing impacts?
No, I've not seen any guidance from Nature Scott that is about comparing one NSA with another. No. I'm interpreting such guidance as there is with respect to a particular NSA that sits in a particular regional landscape.
Yeah, all right. If we go to CD 818 again, we've been there before. It might be helpful just to go to, trying to get the pages right. Let's try electronic page 7 and see what happens. 818.
Electronic page 7 gives us introduction.
Didn't work. Paragraph 1.2 anyway. On internal page 2.
That is on electronic page 8. So.
Oh well, I nearly got there.
So somebody somewhere will have worked out how many you have to add to whatever the original page is. But I'm not capable of doing that just at the moment.
Right, there.
Well, we've established that there's no advice from Nature Scott about elevating the sensitivity of one NSA in comparison with another. I think we're agreed there's no relative rating or ranking of NSAs. They're just NSAs. And if we look at 818, we can see what is meant by a special quality. And the point I want to draw attention to is in the second paragraph, that this document, and indeed all the SLQs of all NSAs, they look simply at the qualities of the landscape, don't they?
Yes.
That's all they look at.
Yes.
There may be other qualities, as it's noted, relating to culture, history, archaeology, geology, wildlife, maybe indeed accessibility. But all they're looking at here is the qualities of the landscape. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Right. Migdale. I would take you to viewpoint 12, but we've been there so many times, I think we can visualise it in our sleep, so hopefully I won't need to. Go to your inquiry report at 3.6.
Yes.
And also, sorry to get 818 out again. If you go to internal page 163, which is where the special qualities text starts for the Dornoch Firth NSA.
Yes, that's internal page, PDF page 168.
Thank you. And what we have is the special qualities set out in the left column under the heading of inhabited surrounds, etc. And in the right column, I think they call it descriptive further information. Is that right?
It calls it further information. I think I've called it descriptive further information.
That's fine. Now, the area of sweeping moorland is referred to on the next page in the last paragraph of the descriptive further information, sorry, second last. To the north, the moorland hills are lower, more sloping, can be less pronounced in form. The higher peaks tend to be rocky. An area of sweeping moorland, here we go, forms a distinctive backdrop to Migdale settlement and character. That's what it says. It doesn't say any more than that, does it? The area of sweeping moorland. It may be relevant in itself in other ways. We're not doubting that. But insofar as the SLQ and the descriptive further information is concerned, what's being talked about here is the sweeping moorland as a distinctive backdrop to Migdale settlement and character. Do you agree?
That's the description, yes.
That's what it says. So while, of course, the sweeping moorland that you see from viewpoint 12 is sweeping moorland and may or may not be relevant to the NSA in terms of appreciation of special qualities, that paragraph there is not relevant to viewpoint 12 because you cannot perceive Migdale settlement and character from viewpoint 12. You see the sweeping moorland, but not in relation to Migdale. That's so, isn't it?
Well, that's one of the areas where Mr Welsh and I differ in what we're defining as Migdale. My understanding of it had been, if we can just go back a couple of paragraphs, the paragraph at the bottom of internal document, page 163, it says passage through the hills is confined to the base of the hill slopes at coastal level or to the natural road crossing, there's the road number at the Struy, as this road leaves the confines of the hills at Cadamore. A broad panorama opens out across the Firth, and to the north the moorland hills are lower, but it's talking about the moorland hills and it's talking about their presence in that view. And then it goes on to talk about the backdrop to Migdale's settlement and character. So not Migdale settlement's character, but Migdale settlement and character. And I think that I have always interpreted this, since long before this inquiry, in reading this, I have always interpreted Migdale more widely than the settlement itself. And indeed, when you're talking about a settlement, how wide do you take the settlement of Migdale? Some of the crofting lands or some of the decrofted land there, the croft names were Migdale Croft. They're outside the NSA, but they are part of the settlement area of Migdale. And the wooded ridge that we've looked at with the purple lensing over it, Migdale Rock, I have always interpreted Migdale as being the wider area that comes into the north of the NSA there, taking in Migdale Rock and the Loch, and the general slopes at that narrowing of the NSA. So I have not taken the very Migdale interior view that Mr Welsh has taken. And as I've said in some of my evidence, I think there is a difference between in some of the special qualities as to whether, because you go down to is it the final special quality where it's talking about Migdale as a microcosm of the wider Dornoch Firth. That's very expressive of it as the small, as it were, Migdale interior landscape it's talking about. And I have always perceive that as that final SQL as being about the interior of that in and around Migdale Loch, as Mr Welsh expressed, but that in the earlier SQA, the inhabited surrounds with wilder backdrop of moors and hills took in, when talking about Migdale settlement and character, that took in a wider area.
Okay.
So,
I see where we differ, and it's a matter of interpretation. We say, so the reporter is clear on the point, that Migdale is indeed as expressed in the final SLQ, that's what it is. There's no other expression in the SLQs of what is meant by Migdale, although it's fair to say that when SLQ2 refers to sweeping moorland forming a distinctive background to Migdale settlement and character, it means a backdrop to the area called Migdale, which you cannot see from viewpoint 12. Now, I know your answer to that, but I was just rehearsing for the reporter's benefit where I think the difference is. If we agree what the difference is, then the reporter has our views on that difference. Is that okay?
that is.
Thank you very much. Also suggests, though, that the sweeping moorland hills, and again, can we have in our mind's eye viewpoint 12 and what you see from it? Maybe it's unfair to you, sir. Have you actually been to viewpoint 12 yet?
I found out the hard way yesterday that it's presently closed. It had been my intention to do so yesterday, but I will be heading there on my site inspections. So
perhaps we ought to refer to, we have an advantage over you. We've, for various reasons, we've traversed it quite a lot. So, if we go to viewpoint 12 then, please, and CD 124, it's figure 15A. I'm using the Nature Scope visualizations. Not that one. You need one of the photographs within a say 15C, because we're not really looking at the development here, we're looking at the sweeping moorland behind the development.
Sorry, are you talking?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I've lost track whether you're talking to me or to the reporter at the moment, and I was just having a panic about not having the document open yet.
So do you want me to repeat, or are you nearly there?
Yes, please, sorry, I'm
That's all right.
having difficulty persuading my laptop to open it.
Yes, 124. Figure 15C.
My computer is just declining to It would take longer. I think it's just because it's a large document. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, we're there.
That's all right. You only need the figure 15C for this, because I'm not looking at the development, I'm looking at the sweeping moorland, which is behind the development. And my suggestion is if you abstract Migdale from the issue and you just look at that sweeping moorland, there's nothing particularly distinctive about it or which draws the eye. It's just background. It's very pleasant background, but it's background in the view, isn't it?
Yes.
And as Mr. Welch says at 9:22 in his inquiry report, the hills which comprise that sweeping moorland, which are referred to in the DFI for SLQ2, are not particularly distinctive or striking. They're just there, they're background.
Yes, I make no claims for the distinctiveness of the hills.
When you're looking from Struy, whether you're looking at a development or just standing there and admiring the view, I suggest also that your principal focus, may say abstracted development, which would draw the eye. I'm just looking at the view that is there. The principal focus is the Firth, isn't it?
I wouldn't agree that the principal focus is, it depends what you mean by the Firth. Firth can be an elastic term. If you mean just the water, then...
No, I don't mean that. I mean the Firth and the shore.
Yeah. It is the contained landscape of the water and its surrounding inward-facing slopes.
Sorry?
As I would say that the focus is the thing that holds the composition together is the Firth.
Yeah. Yeah, we agree. It's the Firth and the shoreline around the Firth. That's what focuses the attention. So, again, abstracting Migdale and taking that out of the equation, perhaps the question the reporter needs to look at is whether, and if so, does it matter, the proposed development would detract attention from that focus. We say no. You say?
Yes.
There you go. But, so that's a pretty important question, isn't it? Quite apart from Migdale, which can perhaps distract us a bit, would the proposed development detract attention from the current focus of the view, which we acknowledge is the Firth and the shoreline? If so, to what extent, and if so, does that matter?
I think it's artificial in some ways to talk about what is the focus in a panoramic view, because the joy of the panoramic view is that it is a combination of things, and where the land meets the sky, where the land meets the water, where the water trails off into the distance are all important elements of that. And the panoramic view doesn't have a tight focus. There are lots of points of interest, and there is the element of the water which holds things together. It's the binding as it sits within the landform. And I think that it's not the same as looking at the Matterhorn. That's your point of interest. That's the focus of the view. It's not that kind of landscape.
Yeah, I think perhaps we might leave it here, that we say, does this crystallise difference between us again, that we say the very much the focus of the view, as Mr. Welch says is an inquiry report, at whatever the paragraph was I quoted, is the Firth and the shoreline around it. That's what the NSA is really about.
It's a very distinctive element of it, yes.
Yeah. And we say that the proposed development at 14 kilometres from viewpoint 12 would not detract from that focus materially. That's what we say. You say, yes, it would. That's the difference between us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fine. I want to turn to something about methodology. In your inquiry report at paragraph 1.3, you say you are working broadly to the EIAR methodology, which might be distinctly unhelpful if you really are, because the methodology has changed as between Stevenson, Halliday and Open. Do you mean AIR there?
Yes, I do.
All right, that's fine. Well, that's quite a relief, actually. In passing, by the way, I just note for the reporter's note that actually the terminology which Open use and that which Stevenson and Halliday use is materially different, so it does make a difference.
There's no dispute about that, and indeed.
No, I was just reading from the inquiry report. It said EIAR, and I thought I'd better clarify that. So I was stressing, when I'm asking questions about methodology, I'm not going back 15 years to the endless debates. I'm just trying to ensure that we can clearly relate your conclusions to those of Mr. Welch, i.e. we're comparing like with like. That's why I'm asking my questions. So if you go to CD 118, which is the Technical Appendix 1, the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment Methodology for the AIR 118.
Yes.
If you go to the Table 1, which is on the 3rd page of that.
I beg your pardon, I thought I'd got there, I'd only got to the right folder within CD 1018. I've got a lot of files, which one am I going to?
It's Technical Appendix 4.1.
Right.
Thanks very much.
Right, thank you.
And when you get there, if you go to the 3rd page, to Table 1.
Yes.
And that's, we know you don't just apply a matrix, you apply a professional judgment to a matrix, it's a starting point, etc. But can we agree that where Nature Scott used the word risk rather than magnitude, and we've been there this afternoon, with Mr. Finlay asking Mr. Welch questions, or asking you, I can't remember, if we substitute magnitude for risk, we'll be misleading ourselves?
I don't think that I have interpreted risk as being the same as magnitude of change. I've thought of it as more in the same way in risk assessment, that it's the probability, the likelihood of something happening and the severity of it happening if a cause was to happen, in the same way in health and safety risk assessment. So I've viewed it as the likelihood that a development, that this particular development would create a particular effect.
The trouble is with that nowhere do we find any, we don't find it in 820, Nature Scott used the word and then pass on without defining it. We have no definition of levels of risk at all. So it's a completely unhelpful metaphor for our what we're doing here today. So when you say in 3.6, I regard the level of risk as being medium, it makes it quite impossible to cross-examine you because I have no idea what medium level of risk means as opposed to medium magnitude of risk, which is why Mr. Welch actually says, I substitute one for the other. If you won't go that far, we have a problem.
Sorry, hearing it phrased as magnitude of risk rather than risk being magnitude of change is a slightly different thing. And I think I'm closer to magnitude of risk. I think that brings it closer to how I've interpreted it.
Okay, let's see if I can summarise it this way, and then we can move on. That while you read risk as having a different meaning to magnitude, I appreciate that. If we use the phrase magnitude of risk, and then use that phrase to equate to magnitude of change,
yeah, would
that satisfy you?
Yes.
Thank goodness for that.
Sorry for that confusion.
That's all right. We're about to have a real problem there. It's okay. So if we see in Table 1 that with everything is high sensitivity, here it's the NSA, so we have one horizontal column to look at, and we look at a medium level of risk or magnitude of risk, that gives rise to a significant major moderate effect, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to 3.6 of your inquiry report. And I need some clarification here. This is not me seeking to disagree with you, it's me seeking to understand what you're saying. In 3.6, in the fifth last line, you say as a consequence, that is to say as a consequence of what you said before, I regard the level of risk for this SLQ, etc., is more properly, i.e. in contrast with Mr. Welch's view, more properly assessed at medium. He says low medium, you say medium.
Yes.
Now, is that your assessment of the magnitude of risk of impact for this SLQ?
Yes.
The difficulty is, and I'm being fair to you in raising this because I could take that and move on, and I'm not going to, is that in 3.7 you go on to deal with viewpoint 12. At least I took it you were dealing with viewpoint 12. As you do down to the fourth last line, in my judgment, the development will be prominently located on that horizon, still talking about viewpoint 12, seen as part of the layered landscape backdrop of the first proposed development, will combined with high sensitivity, result in a medium to medium high effect, which should be regarded as significant. There, can I be right, you're talking about the viewpoint, not the SLQ?
If you just give me a moment.
Of course.
Yes, I'm talking about the viewpoint, but in the context of it having been singled out in the further information of the SLQ.
Sorry, that's not clear. Are you... It's Mr. Fitzpatrick is giving the visual evidence, but here it seemed to me that you were dealing with a viewpoint, and you confirmed you are dealing with viewpoint 12. So when we read medium magnitude effect, not risk, but effect, should be regarded as significant. Is that a viewpoint finding, purely and simply? It's not clear, that's why I ask.
It's finding of the effects at that viewpoint, but with respect to the...
Sorry, you have to speak up.
Sorry. It is a finding with for that viewpoint, but in discussion of the special landscape qualities.
You can't mix metaphors, I'm afraid. You're either talking about the SLQ or you're talking about a viewpoint. Which is it in 3.7? We've got to push you to an answer here. Is it a viewpoint finding or what?
I'm going to the start of the paragraph. I'm differing in my judgment of the relative prominence of the proposed development. So the earlier part of the paragraph is more discursive, talking about things that have been said in the AIR. Am I doing that?
Yeah, let me just take it forward because I'm not trying to make you struggle deliberately. I really am not. I just want clarity.
No, I appreciate it.
No, it's okay. If you go to CD 4.3, which is your consultation response, I just emphasize, I don't care which way the answer goes in some ways. It's just I want clarity, that's all. Because we know we disagree on effects. But if you go to your consultation response, 4.3, first page at the bottom, you're talking about risk there before the bold words. There you are talking about the SLQ. You say the risk, aka magnitude of risk, should be considered as medium. Combined with high sensitivity, this is a medium to medium high effect. It should be regarded as significant. So whereas in 3.6 you're saying the medium, although there may just be the risk, in your consultation response it's medium, medium high. Would I be right in reading it that in 3.6 you're purely talking about magnitude, and in your consultation response you are relating magnitude to sensitivity, which you don't do in 3.6, and come to a conclusion of significance of medium to medium high? Is that correct?
I believe so.
That's okay. And if we turn to the viewpoint and go over the page, where you do talk about, in the second last paragraph on the second page, you talk about viewpoint 12 there, And there you say in bold, the level of effect in the key direction is high and significant. That's compared with 3.7, medium to medium high. So what is your evidence?
Well, in this, in my consultation response, I was particularly talking about in the key direction, and not seeking to claim a wider effect than the directional.
Is that a viewpoint assessment when you conclude high and significant? Or is it something else?
I'm talking specifically about the proposition that the very limited proportion of the open northward views across the NSA, the effect that has on the assessment.
So if you're looking at the section of the horizon occupied by the development, you're saying the effect in that key direction, that part of the view, is high and significant.
Yes.
Not the broader, not the view of the development in the broader context, simply, if you like, a Highland Council visualisation approach excluding everything else. It's high and significant.
No, I'm not saying that it's the Highland Council view and nothing else. I'm expressing that the effect in that part of the view, and recognising that there is a broader panorama, that the effects are centred, if you like, on that point that's closest across the water.
Okay, I probably misled you. That's my fault, because I drew in the Highland Council visualisations, my error. But when you're saying in the key direction, you're looking at the development and saying the impact of that development in that key direction, which may not be the whole panorama, is high and significant.
Yes, but to be clear, I'm saying that it is a key direction, that it is the part of the view that is most immediate across the water, and that as the view goes off to east and west, they have a different character, and so that there is a difference in the character of the view, and that it is a key direction of the view from the location.
Sorry, I interrupt you. The trouble is that we're tracking back to the earlier discussion about focus of view, aren't we? That we agreed that abstract the development, that the key focus of the view from viewpoint 12 is very much on the Firth and the shorelines. That's the key direction.
And I don't think I completely agreed with you that it was the key focus. I spoke of it as being a uniting element, something that lends a character to the whole, and that there isn't.
All right.
I appreciate. I probably did say there isn't one key direction, and I wasn't trying to express that this is the only key direction. It's a panorama. There are different points of focus as you move through it.
I think I'm tempted to revisit visual effects with Mr. Fitzpatrick and leave you out of it. No disrespect, and just focus on the NSA with you then. And just for clarity's sake, then using and obviously this is not the be all and end all, but if you use the table in CD 118, the table 1 we went to, and you're looking at high sensitivity, and you're looking at magnitude of change, magnitude of risk, whatever you want to call it, where do you place magnitude? Is it medium?
We're talking about the magnitude of risk for the SQL.
Yes.
SLQ, just beg your pardon, I can't keep that three-letter acronym straight. Then I was setting that higher than the AIR.
Yeah. Well, in 3.6 you say it's medium. Which is it? Where do you put your assessment of the magnitude of risk?
Right, I believe I've put it at medium. I'm
Medium.
told this tonight. And think
All right. Well, then we turn on to integrity. In paragraph 310, you tell us that the development would have a moderate and significant effect on the integrity of the NSA as a result. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to take you back to table 1 because I appreciate that you may use that table to make a finding on the SLQ, but you can't just translate the magnitude onto the integrity. That's a different finding, and it may be a textual finding rather than one based on a matrix. So I'm not going to try and misuse table 1 for that purpose. But if we can go to the MPF policy 4 if you wish. I don't want to, but what we're looking at in there, and the phrase is the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the areas will not be compromised. That's what we're addressing in the evidence.
I beg your pardon, I did not catch where you were reading that from.
That's from MPF 4, policy 4. That's the policy test which the reporter has to apply to the evidence that we're discussing today. So objectives of designation and overall integrity of the areas will not be compromised. Now, as a preface to what I'm going to ask you, I'm going to record now, to put it beyond doubt, that I know very well, and Mr. Welsh knows very well, that an effect on a single SLQ can perfectly well give rise to an effect on integrity. That's not in debate. We know it can. You base your conclusions about integrity on a medium risk. As a matter of fact only, a medium risk to 1 SLQ out of 7 SLQs. Never mind weighting, that's a matter of fact correct.
Yes.
If we go through the other SLQs within CD 818, please. The page, internal page again, I'm sorry about this, 163.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There.
We have agreement there's no significant effect on the first described SLQ, the contrast between enclosed west, expansive east. We are in dispute about the second one. The third one, I wouldn't expect there to be a dispute. It's really irrelevant, a wide diversity of woodland cover. And the fourth one, that's a physical description of alluvial lands. We wouldn't expect to have a dispute there. The ever-changing firth, though, I do note that there's no dispute between us in relation to that SLQ. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So when it says, above all, it is the firth itself which presents a constantly changing scene, a dynamic foreground to the landscape of farms and hills beyond, and so it goes, in the description of the further information in contrast to the surrounding landscape, natural forces rather than human influences are dominant, etc. So we're not in dispute about the SLQ.
No.
Nor, unsurprisingly, the tranquility of an undeveloped coastline, nor, again, not surprisingly, Migdale itself. That's not in dispute. So perhaps the only surprise I express is that you find no difficulty in relation to the ever-changing firth. You don't?
I don't know.
All right. And you base your views on the impact on a single SLQ, or one of the, I'm not going to emphasize that too much, on the SLQ, on impacts from a single viewpoint of 14 kilometres.
I do.
If we go to a document which Mr. Finley's taken Mr. Welch to already, 7.8. Which is the note on legislative and policy framework. It's listed as a draft. I think it's been a draft for about 1,000 years. It was issued a long, long time ago. Do you know if it's ever going to be finalised?
I beg your pardon, I'm not to
Oh, sorry.
the document yet.
7.8.
7.8. Sorry,
That's all right.
experiencing technical issues.
We're ahead of time. There's no hurry.
There was an error opening the document and access is denied. Great.
Oh, dear.
I do apologise for the technical difficulties. I could restart my computer if we were to take a break, but
If you're content, Mr. Trunick, Mr. Finlay has lent his laptop kindly to the witness.
That's all right.
right.
Got all the answers written.
No, that's all right. You always do. That's all right. Carry on.
In your own time when you're ready.
Right. So 7.8.
Which paragraph?
Well, first of all, paragraph 5. Well, first of all, do you know if this document's ever going to be finalised?
I have no
No,
information about that.
don't surprise me. Paragraph 5, by definition, NSA is therefore considered to be of, and so it goes. We just record that quickly and then move on, because Mr. Finley's already taken us through paragraph 12 to 10 rather, to paragraph 11, and indeed he's already rehearsed that. And you know what it says, so I'm not going to read it out again to the inquiry. But the last sentence is compromise is likely as compromise of the objectives of designation, where the significant effects result in an evident and noticeable material change to any of the designation's special landscape qualities. That's the advice given.
Yes.
You're familiar with it. We would expect that Nature Scott would be familiar with it. It would be fair to assume, wouldn't it, that Nature Scott had regard to its own advice when addressing this proposed development?
Yes.
And it found that there would be a significant effect on the second SLQ.
Yes.
And we've been to CD 48, which is the Nature Scott response to the scheme before us, and whether or not you agree with their conclusion, we know you don't. They didn't, it wasn't a two-liner. Following the objection to the first scheme, they gave a carefully reasoned response, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And so clearly they came to the view that there would not be an evident and noticeable material change to any of the SLQs.
That follows.
Yeah, it does indeed. Now you conclude a moderate and significant effect on the integrity of the NSA. You mean, and I'm not taking you back to the table, but do you mean moderate using the open methodology, their description of moderate under landscape? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So I will rehearse it for you without asking you to go there. Medium, where are we? I can't, I'm looking at magnitude, which is the wrong thing, forget it. It's moderate anyway. Looking at table 1, again, I said I wouldn't, but I am.
Which documents are we in?
This is CD 118, the technical appendix 4.1 again.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to open any PDFs right now. I do apologise for this. My computer is just not playing.
Right, I understand. We may be able to help you.
If we could take a break, I could restart it, and that would probably...
Were you volunteering one of the laptops from over there?
I may be able to ask the question in a way which avoids having to go to the table.
Well, if you want to ask the question, then if
I'll ask the question.
If the table, then
If it's not thought to be fair, we can go and get the document. That's fine. In the table, with a high level of sensitivity, you've estimated a medium level of risk. And that gives a major or moderate result. But in fact, you find there's a moderate effect on the NSA, don't you?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's perfectly fair, because I didn't expect you simply to apply the table when it comes to a conclusion on integrity, a moderate effect on integrity. What I'm struggling with is to find where your reasoning for that conclusion is. If we go to paragraph 310 of your inquiry report, you simply say it would have a significant effect on the SLQ and the development would have a moderate and significant effect on integrity. There is precisely no reasoning within your inquiry report to lead us from your conclusion about the impact on the SLQ to the conclusion on integrity. Do you agree?
I'm going to say that I've done my best within my consultation response to the case officer and in my evidence to express where I found that the application documents did not represent the degree of effect and severity of effect that the...
So I'm going to interrupt you because my question was, in your inquiry report, we find nothing more.
The inquiry report...
Right. Let's turn to your consultation response, which is CD 43.
Yes.
Second page. So I'm just catching up with myself. You say in the fourth paragraph on the second page that the landscape officer concludes significant effect on, I'm going to read it in full because it's important, this SLQ, which is primarily perceived from a popular and elevated viewpoint, which is associated with a strong sense of place, must also be considered to constitute an erosion of the integrity of the NSA. While the development lies outside the NSA boundaries and does not have a physical effect, the bounds of the NSA are drawn closer to the firth than can encompass the hills which create the quality described. The skyline which would contain the development cannot be abstracted from appreciation, presumably, of the second SLQ. Therefore, it is concluded perceptually, if not physically, and so on. My difficulty with that is that actually you're saying no more here than that the second SLQ is affected, and therefore there's an effect on integrity. I don't see any line of reasoning in this report, which is all that we have from you, linking that finding about the second SLQ to a finding about integrity. Don't explain it now orally, just answer my question. There's nothing else, is there?
What is in my consultation response of my report are what's in there.
Yeah, you see, if you go to CD 114, which is the AIR, can you get into it?
No.
Do you have a hard copy if needed? Was it all marked up? Okay, then get one.
Yeah.
Have you managed to get into it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's fine.
You're in it, that's good.
I gave Acrobat Reader a rest and
Okay.
we're good for now.
If you go to paragraph 4.5.150, which is on internal page 450, and go to page, well.
So I'm not there yet.
That's all right, don't worry.
Right, page 450.
Paragraph 4.5.150.
Yep.
Okay, this is open speaking. It's considered the development to have a not significant effect on integrity. In paragraph 151, there's a discussion about integrity. 152, reference to the then National Advice SPP, paragraph 212, which actually is replicated very faithfully in paragraph policy 4 of the MPF. But then in paragraph 45153, this is where Opens say why they come to a conclusion on integrity. Now, I don't expect you to agree with what they say, but that's what I call a careful line of reasoning to a conclusion in comparison with a total absence of anything from you in your inquiry report or in your consultation response. Do you see what I mean?
I do. I think that partly the difference is that I see myself as reviewing and responding to the LVIA information put forward by applicants and seeking to verify that against their methodology, rather than carrying out a parallel assessment. So what I have reported to my case officer is that I have read and considered the description put forward, but have not found that it represented the effects as I perceived them.
All right. I understand, but I would suggest to you that what you might say to your case officer with whom you work closely is one thing, explaining your position to a reporter at an inquiry is another, and you still don't tell us anything about the line of reasoning between an effect on an SLQ and a finding about integrity, do you?
I have reported my understanding of it to the best of my ability.
All right. A final point, and you're happy to hear we're nearly there. We're going to finish very soon. If you go to your inquiry report at paragraph 44, here you are talking about the criteria within the supplementary guidance, and I record for the reporter's benefit that that supplementary guidance is CD72, but equally, and thanks to Mr. Fitzpatrick, if we go to CD42, which is more readily before us, it's the report of handling, the criteria, together with his assessment of the criteria, is at Appendix 3, starting on internal page 72 in CD42. It might be worth turning up that reference, if you wouldn't mind.
Right, CD42, whereabouts within that?
It's on the internal page 72. Probably on page 74.
Right, appendix. Appendix.
Excellent. Now, I've got a couple of points in relation to criterion 1, relationship between key settlements and locations, where you find some difficulty with the proposal on the basis of that criterion. Are you sure that criterion 1 is the right one to use for a discussion about impacts on the NSA? It doesn't seem to fit the bill very well. Why did you select criterion 1?
Sorry, I wonder if I'm looking in the right place. You're looking at criterion 1, relationship between settlements, key locations and the wider landscape.
So you chose it because of the reference to the wider landscape?
I'm checking with you that I'm in the right place.
Sure.
What is that?
Is that this witness gave her response to these criteria in her response document, which is CD43. And the wording for the response to criteria 1 is quite different to that which appears in Appendix 3 of the officer's report. So it may be Mr. Fitzpatrick's had an input into it.
Well, I'd rather deal with it my way. I am actually coming to CD43,
Right,
if you don't mind.
but I'm just saying that it isn't necessarily fair to attribute the reasoning in box 1 to this witness alone.
I'm not. I haven't yet. I'm simply using that appendix as a source of reference for the criteria. This witness gives evidence on criterion 1. I'm simply examining it on her views.
Right, sorry, I thought you were taking me to the context of that box 1.
Right. So the question is, there is a statement about what that criterion is, and you're asking the witness why it is they chose to use that particular criterion.
Yes, in relation to the NSA, which I think is a perfectly fair question.
Okay.
After all, the witness did deal with the matter in her consultation response and has dealt with it in evidence.
But you're not, as Mr. Finlay is concerned, attempting to link.
Sorry.
Perhaps if you switch your mic off, then you might hear this. So you're not using, you're not attempting to attribute the evidence in the report of handling to the witness. You're simply taking them to something that says the same thing as a different document that they have written to ask them the question. Right. Okay. Let's proceed. Let's proceed with the question then.
So you selected criterion 1. Sorry. You selected criterion 1. You've given the reasons for it. You've said it don't comply. You are at odds, aren't you, with Mr. Fitzpatrick, who considers that threshold to be met?
That would appear to be the case, yes.
Okay, well, we'll ask Mr. Fitzpatrick. Just note that's the difference. Having suggested to you, I'm not sure that's the right criterion to use for the NSA, but you've answered that point. If we go to 442, which is criterion 5, now you and Mr. Fitzpatrick agree that this criterion isn't met, but the point I want to put to you is that you've actually wrongly recorded the wording of the criterion here, haven't you? You've said the immediacy of key recreational routes and ways, which is actually criterion 4. Criterion 5 says the immediacy of transport routes is respected. Do you see my point?
Yes, I do.
Which criterion do you actually have in mind to use?
It is frequently my habit with these two, where we're with criteria 4 and 5, because they're both referring to routes, and because often we're talking about areas where key recreational routes or promoted routes are also the transport routes. I frequently will bundle these two together if there aren't like significant long distance routes that are off the road network, for example. I will sometimes bundle these two together. So I suspect it was the case that I was intending to address them both, because there is that lack of distinction to some degree between whether the road in question is a transport route or a recreational route, because it does both.
I'll leave it to well learned to this, and I can ask the author of the report and a bit more about this. One final point. Sorry. If we can just return one final time as a final point to CD 1138, which is the report of handling for the Saliki 2 development, the one that is now being consented but not yet under construction.
Sorry, could you give me the number again?
1138.
Yes.
Thanks very much. We can see, if we go to paragraph 512, I haven't got a page number, I'm afraid, I've just got 512 of that document. Your view on the application.
Yes.
You didn't object, which is fine, that's all right. We also go to paragraph 519. You find JW9. And we can see that Nature Scott did object. Significant adverse effect on special qualities such that the objectives of designation overall integrity will be compromised, so they did object to that. Now, looking at JW, if you turn up JW9, please, you can put the 1138 away. I just want the JW series. Have you got that hard copy, or can that be passed to you? Hard copy would be easier, I think. You need the full A3 experience, or E2, whatever it is. Right. Now, that's a view from the top of...
Sorry, what is the document reference for this one?
CD 12.2.
12.2.
But within that, JW9. Sorry about that. JW9. Now, that's a view from the top of Benmore Ascent in the NSA at a distance of 8.46 kilometres. And I don't need to go back to 1138, but in the paragraph which Mr. Finlay took Mr. Welch to 8/140 of the report, you said these effects are considered to be localised. Was that your view?
Sorry, let me just...
It's not Council. Oh, have you found the paragraph?
sorry, I'm not quite sure where you're directing me to. I do apologise.
1138.
1138.
Paragraph 8.140.
I'm sorry, I have got muddled.
That's it. Don't worry about it.
Which CD am I in again?
CD 1130.
Sorry.
Which is the Saliki
Yes, which I had open a moment ago, but I now can't.
That's my fault for making you close it, Smart. I apologise.
Can you just remind me of the paragraph?
8.140.
8.140.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm not there yet. I apologise for this. Right.
Just talking about the
Do you see the paragraph? These effects are considered to be localised.
Yes.
Was that you that considered the effects to be localised? I ask because this is in the report of handling rather than in your response.
I cannot tell you without going back and finding my consultation response, I'm afraid.
All right, but nevertheless, that's what the report says. Do you consider that the effects of that development, when viewed from this viewpoint, JW9, would be localised?
I think the nature of the effect that you see in this image is only received at a limited area. Obviously, we're all wary of the term localised, as it's now quite loaded. So I'm.
Ms. Canning, could you? I'm not gathering what you're saying. You referred to the limited part of the view which will be affected. Is that right?
No, I was more talking about the limited part of the NSA that would be affected. I have. Do I think this is localised? I think whilst we still lack clarity on the definition of localised, I hesitate to commit myself to whether I think something is localised. I think this is an effect that is perceived from a relatively restricted area, and that is closer to the viewpoint is closer to the development than viewpoint 12 is to the development at hand. Yeah.
I also note, by the way, saying I think we've taken that far enough, in relation to the Highland Council, to be fair to Highland Council, this report is dated April 22, which is before NPF4 came out. So we have to be careful of the context in which we use the word localised, since that advice has not then been issued, to be fair. Thank you very much, Ms. Cowling, for your answers. That's the end of the cross-examination.
Right, and I do apologise for the fact that my technical difficulties caused some
Not your fault.
delay.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking at time just now. We're at 4:20. I've got a couple of questions. I'd be quite keen to finish today if it's possible. Mr. Finlay, do you want to give us a sense of... I'm not asking you to name a time down to the minute, but...
I've got 4 topics to cover, so hopefully
about 10. Okay, so that conceivably gets us this side of 5 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Trinick, are you content with that? Okay, yeah, just my questions then. You'll recognise some of these, obviously, because they were put to Mr. Welsh earlier. I'd asked him about the status of leg 2, and his understanding was that it had not yet commenced construction. Was that your understanding matters as well?
That's my understanding. I don't keep up on a week-by-week basis of where they might have got to, but at the stage where it's writing evidence, I didn't understand it to have started.
Okay, thank you. Oops. You'll recall as well when I was speaking to Mr. Welsh, I'd asked him the question about viewpoints within the Lochmigdale area and on higher ground, and whether it was reasonable to use viewpoints 10 and 12 to inform my consideration of views from there. And his view was, yes, it was. Would that be your view as well? Do you disagree with him? Or?
I have no disagreement there.
Okay, thank you.
And I also asked him about the Council's report of handling, paragraph 10.97, which I understood to be discussing combined landscape character of multiple landscape character types that were evident in views. And firstly, I would ask you, have I understood correctly whether that was what you were saying? And secondly, if it was correct, could you just explain a little bit more about the rationale for that and whether visual assessment? That's correct, yes. My reason for asking it of the witness is because it refers to multiple LCTs, and hence.
I do beg your pardon. I'm not at the document and location, so.
That's all right. Just take a moment to find it. Are you able to find it on that one, or do you need a different machine?
Right. It would help if I wasn't looking at Salaki.
Is that that's a paper copy of the document? Okay.
Yeah. So 10.97.
Just take a moment to have a read,
Yeah.
and then.
And your question again.
Yes, so I understood that to be referring to where multiple LCTs are evident in views, and it appeared to be critical of the assessment for not considering that. And firstly, I'm happy for you to tell me I've misinterpreted it, but if I haven't misinterpreted it, have I interpreted it correctly? Is that is that a criticism that's being made? And what is the rationale for that exercise?
I think my answer will be slightly different from Mr. Welsh's. Where we're talking about the local landscape character, it's firmly my view that we have the landscape character areas and the landscape character types that are set out in the Nature Scots assessments, but that is not the be-all and the end-all of landscape character, and that local landscape character plays into the sense of place and the local identity of an area, and that you can have the interplay between different landscape character types and landscape character areas, which creates a, dare I say, localised fingerprint of landscape that is a different thing from just regarding landscape character units of homogeneous character type, that where you have, for instance, if you've got a landscape character which has a strath which is distinct from the rounded hills that are beyond it, there is a local landscape context which comes into play where you have both of those in one space. That there are landscapes that you can be entirely within and not be experiencing anything other than that landscape character type or landscape character area. But it's much more common that there are a variety of different landscape types, and that creates a local landscape character context, which I hold to be important for understanding sense of place and for proper understanding of landscape impacts of a scheme.
Okay, so that kind of, I suppose, invites two questions from me. I think the first one is that a formal recognition? Is there a document that says, and here is joint character area X, for want of a better description?
I don't know that there is, but okay. It is a view I have always held to, and it has been supported by reporters. I believe that was specifically referenced in the Contradwell inquiry report recently, where the report, I'm afraid I don't have CD number for that, or if we've got it in. I believe that the reporter in there took on board what I had tried to express. That, and to be fair, that was specifically in context of an SLA, where the combination of landscape character types is part of what creates the individuality of the special landscape area. So I think it applies. We've come to a point in landscape assessment where we have the suite of documents which are the landscape character assessments. Those get reviewed from time to time, and when Nature Scott reviewed those in 2019, they amalgamated some areas and they separated out some other areas. They drew lines in different places, and they tried to create a greater consistency across the suite of documents, because they had all been done by different consultants and different assessors across Scotland, and some had taken the view to separate out elements and talk about Strathside separate from Strathflore, whereas others would have a more all-encompassing Strath landscape. And the Nature Scott do say in their, I can't give you chapter and verse off the top of my head where, that the boundaries between landscape character areas should be regarded as indicative rather than very precise. And it's my view that if you have, for example, rolling hills that meet sweeping moorland, that's a different landscape context from rolling hills that meet sea cliffs, and that how those come together is relevant and is part of the sense of place and the identity of place. It's not just the cut up into description areas. It's bringing those together to what makes a place.
And should I take it as implicit from 10.97, or I mean, I think I understand what you're saying about the fact that those LCTs have lines drawn around them, and they may exist in the same locality. If you've got an assessment that comes to a conclusion about the significance of effect on one of them, and has a different conclusion about the significance of effect on its next door neighbour, and both of them form the same context that you're describing, is there, to your knowledge, a mechanism that enables you to add one to the other, or to take a combined view, or is that outside of the EIA and LVIA process? Is that a different type of judgment, or not a judgment that can be made?
I think it is a judgment. I think it's a judgment that I make, and that I do wish that the LVIA process drew out more specifically. But I think for me, there is no doubt that you can have a sense of place that is important, that comes from, amongst other things, the combination of landscape character types, and that you have to consider them as a whole.
Sorry for the interruption. I appreciate that point. I think that was clear from what you were saying before. I was more asking about a mechanism. So for argument's sake, LCT X is found to have experienced a significant effects, and LCT Y is next door to it and isn't. And you are asking me to take a position on the kind of the contextual combined effect of them. Am I being too mathematic, for want of a better word, to then say, well, does that make them significant because one of them is, or does it make them not significant because the other isn't, or is there a new judgment looking at them both together? Or actually, do you put that judgment to one side and say, you've got those LCTs, significant and not significant, but there's a contextual consideration that you have, and it's X, Y, or Z, it's whatever it is?
I think contextual consideration may be the way to phrase it. I think of it as being sense of place, and that it is. I'm struggling to find another way to express it. There isn't.
I think
I'm not aware of a formal mechanism.
Yes, that was my question.
That leads you through step 1, step 2, step 3. But I think that if you can look at a place and feel that the sense of place is more than the sum of this and that and the other, that you have to look at whether that local coming together is unbalanced by addition of development, perhaps, whether it changes appreciation of how landscape types work together.
So that's helpful, thank you. I'm clear on where you're coming from, I think. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you. Mr. Finlay, over to you for re-examination.
Thank you. So, firstly, you asked a number of questions about your approach to report writing, and we can see that I think your report runs to 5 pages and your recognition to 4, whereas by contrast, Mr. Welsh's report runs to 60 pages and there's an additional 20 pages of specific critique on the officer's report and your landscape representation. Have you taken any different approach to the style of your report writing for the purpose of this inquiry than you've done for your many other inquiries?
I don't believe I have. I do sometimes sort of have a panic and look at the volume that is produced elsewhere, but I am going through a different process than consultants who are putting together the LVIA. I'm not carrying out an assessment, I'm carrying out a review of it and responding to and trying to just call out the points of difference.
Okay, and then specifically it was put to you that nowhere in your written material had you referred to or dealt with Nature Scott's second consultation response. Can you take your recognition?
I think that's the first time we've been to that.
Yeah, possibly Mr. Trinick didn't go to it either. At 2.7, 2.8 and 2.9, I'm not going to ask you about the detail, but were you dealing with Nature Scott's second consultation response, different aspects of it in all 3 paragraphs?
Yes.
As Mr. Trinick rightly suggested, I'd take you back to that point if he'd got it wrong. The next point we're taking to was about 3.4 of your inquiry report, where, sorry, 3.1, and Mr. Trinick was saying, well, why is it, amongst other things, why is accessibility of the NSA a relevant factor? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could I ask you to go to Nature Scott's first objection, which is CD 216.
CD 216. Yes.
Second page, under subparagraph B, third paragraph, which begins, "We do not agree."
Yes.
Now, if you go down to 4 lines from the bottom of that paragraph, there's a sentence beginning 5 words in, which says this: whilst the effects are limited to their extent to the area around and including the street viewpoint, this is a popular and accessible location from which to not only view the whole NSA, but also appreciate its special qualities. Is accessibility of the NSA something Nature Scott have had regard to?
Now that you draw my attention to it, yes, it is.
And are you surprised that they've had regard to that or not?
No, I think it's very much part of the identity of this NSA that it has that accessibility, and that those qualities of wildness are all the more valued from the fact that you can easily access them.
Now, you were next, just want to, third and penultimate point, you were taken to, oh yes, it's 8:18. Yes, you were, this is the point where Mr. Trinick was looking at the other special qualities, and he expressed surprise by reference, this is 8:18, electronic page 170, that you hadn't raised concern over the ever-changing Firth.
Yes.
Do you remember that? Is that something that Nature Scott ever raised?
Not that I recall.
And if it even, did Nature Scott even request an assessment of it? As far as you...
Not to my recollection.
So, oh well, we can leave Mr. Trinick's surprise to him. And then finally, in terms of your, yes, in terms of reasoning as to why there's an impact on integrity, if we go back to Nature Scott's first objection, which is CD 216.
Yes.
Taking that document as a whole, do you understand why they reached a conclusion as to integrity?
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt there. That's not does not arise from my cross-examination. I was asking the witness about our own evidence, not about what Nature Scott may have said. That's quite different.
Well, if Mr. Finlay will wait, we'll get there.
No.
Right, well, let's see where we get to. You can come back if you...
Reading that,
Keep an eye on it, sir.
Reading that as a whole, do you understand how Nature Scott reached its view as to integrity?
I believe so.
Well, in terms of the when you reach your view as to integrity, do you is it simply that one paragraph that the reporter should have regard to, or should he have regard to your report as a whole?
To my report as a whole.
And the reporter can form his own views as to whether your reasoning is any greater or lesser extent than Nature Scott's. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can step down. That is 1639, so I think in the interests of not calling Mr. Fitzpatrick just before we go back to break and then making him hide himself away for an evening, I think that's probably best. I had a look at the weather forecast for tomorrow over lunchtime. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at it more recently. We'll take a look just now to check. I understood that the previously yellow weather warning had gone and that there was now forecast to be snow overnight and then first thing, I believe, rain, but I'll happily have that confirmed by others, just taking a look as well. My proposal is that we do as we have planned. We come here for 10 o'clock. It should be daylight by that time, of course, and hopefully there should have been a chance for some rain to come. I do want to hear what you've got to say about it, so I'll invite Mr. Finlay just to give a view first.
Our understanding is that that should be fine. We're reasonably low level here, and I think the access route is reasonably low level. So 10 o'clock start, certainly any earlier would, my two witnesses are staying in Golspie, so any earlier would cause some difficulty.
Mr. Trinick.
So we're staying in Dornoch, so we're very happy to have a 10 o'clock start.
Okay. That's fine. So we'll reconvene then tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. And do please have a safe trip home. And if you've been on the stand today, give yourself time to have a drink and calm down and what have you before you drive. All right. Thanks very much, everybody. See you tomorrow.